nykypäivänä ajatuksena on, että myöskin rauhasta olisi hyvä puhua, koska jotenkin näkökulmien mukaan voisi sanoa, että maailma on tällä hetkellä muuttunut rauhattomammaksi paikaksi. Itse asiassa tämähän ei taas kerran varsinaisesti niin ihan tarkkaan ottaen pidä paikkansa. Maailma on ollut jo pitkän aikaa rauhaton. Se, että Euroopassa, Ukrainassa nyt soditaan, niin se itsessään niin globaalissa mittakaavassa niin tämä ei ole ainutkertainen eikä erikoinen tapahtuma, järkyttävä ja epämiellyttävä se kylläkin on. Mutta esimerkiksi iso osa Afrikasta on joutunut kärsimään erilaisista sotilaallisista konflikteista, jotka pitkälti siirtyy niin syrjään sen takia, että Euroopan näkökulmasta ne ovat kaukana ja poissa silmistä. Että tilanne olisi mahdollisimman irvokas, niin voisi joskus sanoa sen, että on erikoista huomata, kuinka vaikka esimerkiksi lännessä ollaan jossakin määrin tyrmistyneitä siitä, miksi tämä Ukrainan konflikti ei ole enempää kiinnostanut Latino-Amerikassa, Afrikassa ja muissa tämmöisissä maissa, jotka näkevät tämän konfliktin edes kaukaisena. Eli tämän seminaarifestarin pointti olisi päästä erilaisia puhujia ääneen, ja he voivat puhua asioista, jotka heidän mielestään ovat tärkeitä, ja olemme yrittäneet avata tätä sillä tavalla, että myöskin niin sanottu vähemmän huomioitu meillä tänne Suomessa, Euroopassa vähemmän huomioitu maailma saisi puheenvuoronsa. Eli sen takia täällä on paljon päällä puhujia Afrikasta, esimerkiksi nimenomaan Afrikasta, että hirveän paljon ei osata Suomessa keskustelua, ja meidän mielestä sillä on se aika nyt tämän koronaviruksen päätteeksi ja kenties uusien imperialististen sotien alkamishetken teema. Ensimmäinen puhuja olisi herra Okelo, joka on saapunut paikalle. Ei ole, tässä vaiheessa mä puhuisin, että joko Baida tai sitten Myriam voisi pitää ensimmäisen.
Hetki vielä. Laitan tuosta tallennuksen päälle tuosta koneesta. Niin. Ja noista tulkkauksesta voisit infoida vielä.
Joo. Tosikin meillä on tulkkaus. We have the interpreters. There's a headphones back. You can take it. Yeah. Take it back here. So it's from Finnish to English and from English to Finnish. Yeah. But in this moment, I ask, which one of you, Baida or Myriam, which is going to take the first? Maybe Baida. So our first one is Baida. Can you present yourself?
Yes. Good morning, everybody. My name is Baida Rahal. I'm the Polisario representative here in Finland. Happy to be in this place. I have 50 minutes and I have the intention to take them very well. So, distinguished attendants, let me thank the organizers for gathering this kind of invitation to seek to participate in events of this venue. It's a great honor. Let me start by thanking people who have organized this event, in particular Yari Carton, General Secretary of the Democratic Civic Association, and Jerry Mantosalo, the Education and Communication Secretary in Democratic Civic Association also. It's a great honor to participate here in this activity related to peace, environment, and development. These three topics are the most important themes that we should focus on today. I personally lived through a period of war that lasted for more than 16 years, and I have lived all my life in a refugee camp. That is why when we speak of peace and justice, I realized from my personal experience the value of all this. But now allow me, within the time allowed me in this place, to speak here, to go a little bit background in the historical background of these subjects, Western Sahara. Can I see the map?
Yes, when I found the right.
Yeah,
right
just while I am speaking about that. So our topic today is Western Sahara. Western Sahara is a former Spanish colony bordered by Morocco to the north, while it is bordered by Algeria to the east, to the Mauritania in the south, and the Atlantic Ocean to the west, with area of about 2,084 square kilometers. It is, yes. It is a region rich in natural resources, the most important of which are high quality phosphate and fisheries. The territory remained Spanish colony till 1976, when Spanish suddenly withdrew and signed an agreement with the Kingdom of Morocco, guaranteeing the economic interests and handing over Western Sahara to the Moroccan army. The people of Western Sahara who wanted to build their state were not consulted like all the colonies that were in Africa and now are independent states. That is why the people of Western Sahara established the Polisario Front to defend their legitimate right to self-determination. And they fought the war between the year 1976 until 1991, when the United Nations intervened and the two parties signed the ceasefire agreements to organize a referendum that would allow to the residents, the original residents of Western Sahara, to have the right to self-determination. The United Nations has not been able to organize a referendum until today to keep Sahrawi people living in permanent suffering due to the absence of justice and peace. The population of Sahara today is found in three regions. The region occupied by Morocco, which represents 80% from the country's area, and Sahrawi refugees camps in southern Algeria. Then there is a Sahrawi community in Europe and other countries. In this occasion today, I will present a documentary film that I participated in preparing when I was working in improving the condition of Sahrawi refugee women in the camps. Where here I don't like to talk so much. I want all of us to see the reality, the Sahrawi refugees women as it is. In closing, once again, thanks to the organizers of this event, even for this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Sitten katsotaan video. Laitetaan se täältä. Miksi tämä alkoi tekemään tuollaista? Onko tällaista aikaisemmin tapahtunut? Meillä on paljon. Tässä sitä ei ollut, kun laittaa näytöjiä on päällä. Niin. Onpas erikoista. No nyt, joo. Tästä on. Täällä on äänet kyllä mulla ihan päällä. X on 1. Täällä on se näkyy siis. Onko tämä oikein?
Kyllä sitten toiselta näyttää. Se oma. Saatko se siitä, jos katsotaan numero? Se sitä nostaa. Se on se, mikä menee tuonne.
بخلاف النظرة النمطية التي اشتهرت بها نظيراتها في المجتمعات العربية والإسلامية، احتلت المرأة مكانا متميزا في المجتمع الصحراوي عبر التاريخ، استطاعت من خلالها المزاوجة بين إدارة شؤون المنزل وامتهان مختلف الوظائف التي تعتبر في المجتمعات الأخرى حكرا على الرجل. وخلال السنوات الأولى للنزوح وفيما كان الرجال على الجبهات الأمامية لحرب التحرير، تولت المرأة الصحراوية عملية البناء المؤسساتي، وشاركت بقوة متطوعة في الخدمة العسكرية وفي حملات بناء المدارس والمستشفيات وخياطة الخيم وإعداد الأفرشة. وتحملت على عاتقها في ظل غياب الرجل مسؤولية القضاء على الجهل والتخلف ومحاربة الأمراض، وبذلك صنعت الاستثناء في محيطها الإقليمي، انخرطت مبكرا في جميع الأعمال، وبالتمييز مع ذلك ظلت محافظة على شخصيتها ومظهرها الإسلامي العربي المتميز. سافرت المرأة الصحراوية إلى دول العالم وتسلحت بقدر كبير من العلم والمعرفة جعلها تتصدر سلم التوظيف في القطاعات الحيوية داخل المخيمات كالصحة، التعليم، التربية وتسيير الشأن المحلي. تشعر المرأة الصحراوية بالفخر والاعتزاز، وهي تشارك في مختلف الأعمال والمهن التي تعود بالفائدة على المجتمع وتساهم في تنميته وقيادته نحو غد أفضل.
وبخصوص المرأة، فإن المرأة لديها عمل مضاعف داخل المنزل وخارجه للنساء العاملات. وخلال خبرتنا عبر سنوات من العمل في المجال العام والخاص نقول أن العمل مفيد جدا للمرأة، يساعدها على تنظيم حياتها، يساعدها على التمييز بين الأوقات الخاصة والعامة، تمييز بين العطل والانشغال، ولا يترك مجال للفراغ، ونحن نعرف مدار الفراغ.
وإذا كان هاجس التوفيق بين العمل وخدمة شؤون المنزل وتربية الأبناء إحدى التحديات التي تواجه المرأة في كل المجتمعات، فإن المرأة الصحراوية تحاول جاهدة التوفيق بين الأمرين رغم قساوة ظروف اللجوء والبعد أحيانا بين مقرات العمل والمنزل في ظل غياب وسائل النقل الداخلي بالمخيمات. ويستوعب قطاع الصحة في الدولة الصحراوية عددا كبيرا من النساء العاملات في مجال التمريض والتحسيس بمخاطر الأمراض المزمنة والمعدية، ولأن العمل هنا بالغ الحساسية كونه تتوقف عليه حياة الناس، تحرص المرأة على التواجد بشكل مستمر في ساعات الدوام الصحي.
عندي وانا في الطب، نشتغل في الأمراض المزمنة ومديرة هذا المستشفى. نجي الساعة 8 تياهي، نبدأ ندور على المستشفى هنا تياهي كلها مهامه واختصاصاته. من ثم نرجع هنا شغلتي في 9 في القسم الأمراض المزمنة، ونزود على المرضى صاحب الضغط، صاحب السكر، صاحب هيباتيتس، عندي هيباتيتس، وعندي أصحاب آسما، عندي صاحب السكر، صاحب الضغط، وصاحب باركنسون اللي هو فيه الرعدة. هاو كاملين تنظمي تولي تشتغلي، تنظمي حياتك، ما تفضل عندك لبسة مسخة، يعود المكان نظيف، اللي جاك يجبرك، فوقاتك الراحة، تركتك نظيفة مبرمجة كامل. أحسن شيء هي المرأة تشتغل لأنها تنظم جميع حياتها.
وللوقوف على جوانب متعددة من ميادين عمل المرأة الصحراوية والمساحة الممنوحة لها للمشاركة في مختلف الأنشطة الاجتماعية، اقتربنا من إحدى النساء العاملات بقطاع التعليم والتربية. العمل في سلك التعليم يأخذ من المرأة الكثير من الجهد والوقت والاستمرارية، ويضعها أمام مسؤوليات كبيرة أبرزها مدى إمكانية التوفيق بين الذهاب إلى المدرسة في الوقت المحدد وتقديم الدروس بانتظام، وبين التفرق لأدوار المرأة خارج مكان العمل وقدرتها على إدارة أمور المنزل وتربية الأبناء بنجاح. وقد لا توفق في ذلك إلى حد بعيد، لكنها تظل مصرة على مزاولة مهنتها النبيلة والمساهمة في خلق جيل متعلم قادر على حمل مشعل البناء والتحرير.
بالنسبة للمرأة في التعليم يخص هي عندها وقت شوي أقل من الوقت الكافي عنها تمارس حياتها بصفة عادية، لأنها تقدم المدرسة، تطلع مع الصباح بكري تبكر، ومن يجي تمي إلى 1:30 تقريبا بالنسبة للتوقيت الشتوي، إلى 12:30 بالنسبة للتوقيت الصيفي. هذا وقت كامل مثلا عن الصيف، وتجي وترجع الدحميس وتجي من الدحميس، ونحن معروف عندها لقنة، عندها خايمة، وعندها مسؤوليات، وعندها كل شيء. يقال بعد اللي يشوفها عنها دائما تعود أنظم هي من المرأة اللي قاعدة في الخايمة. عندها نظام، عنها وقت من الغداء معروف عن التطحن، وقتها في العشاء معروف وين تنصبوا وين تقدموا، معروف وين تنظف الباسة، معروف حتى قاع هيئتها هي أين تصلحها وين تعود امرأة عادية. عندها مودي شوية من الضغط عنها، ما تقدر تزور العائلات ولا عندها ياسر الشغل. عندي رسالة للمرأة الصحراوية بمناسبة 8 مارس عن المرأة هي الأساس الأسرة، سواء كانت زوجة أو أم أو أخت، هي أساس وهي نواة المجتمع. إذا صلحت بالنسبة لي أنا صالح المجتمع، وإذا فسدت فسد المجتمع. خاص كل امرأة تعود قدوة لتركتها لجاراتها لأحبابها، من الناحية الأخلاقية، من الناحية الدينية، حتى من الناحية العملية، وخاصة تزرع في تركتها خصوصا والناس اللي معاها حب الدين أول شيء، ومن ضمن حب الوطنية والاعتناء بالغير إلى آخره. وهذه المبادئ تزرعها المرأة ما يزرعها أي حد ثاني. وإن شاء الله هذا عيد سعيد، وإن شاء الله تكون المرأة صحراوية.
وحتى لا تبقى المرأة الصحراوية متلقية سلبية للمساعدات الإنسانية وماكثة في البيت دون عمل، تفتح مراكز التكوين المهني بالداخل كما الخارج أبوابها سنويا أمام النساء، خاصة فئة الشابات، للتكوين التخصصي في مختلف المجالات كالإدارة، الإعلام الآلي، الخياطة والنسيج. كما توفر القروض المصغرة والتعاونيات السنوية فضاءات واسعة في مجال عمل المرأة ومزاولتها لمهن قد تعود عليها بالكسب الحلال وتجعلها أكثر إيجابية وانسجاما داخل المجتمع.
وهي المنتجة في المكان بالأخص همها هي اللي خاص بها والمناطقها في مكانها، اللي هو تربية التركة وحضانتهم ونظافتهم وقرايتهم وسكنهم ورقادهم وتحركاتهم ولعبهم ومسائلهم كامل اللي هم يشتغلوا بها، زيادة على مطبخهم وزيادة على ونظافة المحيط، ومشاركتها حتى هي مولي تشارك في أعمال الدولة اللي هم هو قاع الإنسان هذا ما دام حي لا من يالته يتم اللي يحق جهده كامل يعدله من جانب الإلهي ومن جانب العائلة. والإلهي هذا هو إشغال الإنسان في عائلته فيها أجر عظيم، وخصوصا اللي كمل عليه قاع من أشغال الدولة معاونة الدولة في المهام حق نظافتها في المكان وشغلتها في المكان صعيبة حتى بها وعرف صعوبة بعد خصوصا قاع اللجوء، صعوبة اللي الشير لأنه ينظف وينصقل، وساعة ثانية هو مولي حتى هو مولي لعب في هذه الأنفاق اللي ذنبت، وصعوبة المكان تنظف وتشطب وتطوي وتصبن المانط وتصبن التبيات والمشاور، وساعة ثانية فوق الأسبوع له هذا كامل توسخ اللي هي صعوبة كاملة. يا غير بعد كامل فيه لجر وفيه المنفيع وفيه تعود الإنسان على الحركات وعلى الجو اللي إحنا الحقيقة صعيب علينا، وشغلتنا بعد شغلة المرأة بعد ياسر، وهذا هو على كل من بعد إلى عاد أجر قد يصح في والله خير يصح في المرأة من كرت هذه الشغلة وكرت هذه الأعمال اللي ذنبتها الواعر.
إن المتتبع لحياة المجتمع الصحراوي على أرض اللجوء يقف على حقائق لا تخطئها العين في ميدان عمل المرأة ومزاولتها لمختلف الأنشطة الاجتماعية. مع ذلك تبقى فئة من النساء ماكثة بالبيوت تفضل امتهان الأدوار التقليدية للمرأة، وترى أن مسألة التوفيق بين العمل وإدارة المنزل أمر صعب في ظل قساوة ظروف اللجوء ومحدودية الإمكانيات والفرص أمامهم. المفارقة أنه يلاحظ في السنوات الأخيرة تراجعا في إقبال المرأة الصحراوية على مزاولة الأنشطة العامة في ظل زيادة نسب الخريجات وفرص العمل، إذا ما قرن مع الرعين الأول من النساء الذي أشرف بنفسها على بناء وتسيير مختلف المرافق الصحية والتعليمية والإدارية رغم الجهل وتبعات عملية النزوح والتشريد الصعبة وما رافقها من تضاعف المسؤوليات الملقاة على عاتق المرأة آنذاك.
فيما يخص احتفالنا اليوم بمناسبة 8 مارس، نقول أن المرأة الصحراوية يجب ألا تكون متلقية سلبية للمساعدات وألا تكون عالة على المجتمع والأهل. يجب أن تكون نشطة اجتماعيا وتقوم بكثير من الأعمال وأن تقوم بدورها في كل المراحل التي مر بها المجتمع الصحراوي، كما كانت الأجيال اللي سبقتنا الميدان العمل وسبقتنا الميدان تربية الأسر الصحراوية التي نفتخر بأنها أسر محافظة ومتماسكة. وختاما نقول أن العمل والأنشطة الاجتماعية مهمة جدا للمرأة، لأنها حتى هي كعلاج نفسي مهمة جدا، تشعر الإنسان بقيمته وبأهمية وجوده في هذا المجتمع وبدوره فيه، وتحارب أوقات الفراغ المضرة، أوقات مشاهدة التلفزة الكثيرة. ونقول في النهاية وكخلاصة أن المرأة أداة أساسية للتغيير الإيجابي داخل المجتمع، لأنها حاضنة القيم الثقافية وناقلتها عبر الأجيال، وهذا شيء مهم جدا. فيما يخص العمل فنرى أنه هو أهم ما يميز أي إنسان في حياته، أن يكون فاعل ونشط اجتماعيا، ونتمنى لصحة المزيد من التقدم.
إذا كانت الدولة الصحراوية قد مكنت المرأة من تبوء مكانتها السياسية والاجتماعية وجعلتها تحظى بتمثيل كبير في جميع المؤسسات الوطنية، فإن ذلك يجعلها مطالبة بالحفاظ على هوية المجتمع وتميزه من خلال غرسها للقيم الثقافية والاجتماعية الأصيلة في نفوس الأبناء. يبقى الحضور القوي للمرأة الصحراوية في تفاصيل المشهد السياسي والاجتماعي وحتى الاقتصادي تحت السمات الإيجابية التي تسجل للمجتمع الصحراوي في نظر الآخر. لكنها تبقى مطالبة على الأرجح بالمزيد من العمل في الأنشطة الاجتماعية العامة، فإسهاماتها ضرورية في بناء المجتمع وتحقيق تنميته البشرية والاقتصادية، ويظل رهانها في المستقبل هو مدى قدرتها على تجاوز ثقافة المكوث في البيت والاستهلاك إلى تصدر الواجهة في القطاعات الإنتاجية.
This one. Thank you. So we have now about 7 minutes for ask questions. We have some. So if somebody will ask something,
koska se on oma valinta. Ja kulikas Hassan toi Jumala on hänen sielua, on aina sanonut, elämä on armollinen ja anteeksi antava. Kuulkaa tätä. Tämä propaganda on pelattu vaan Algerian puolella. Algeria ruokkii nämä ihmiset. Ne on vankit siellä. Ne on tervetullut aina omaan kotimaahan. Marokko odottaa niitä ihan. Ja meidän tuli tässä aina sellainen ovat auki. Tervetuloa. Olin tosi pahoillani ne marokkolaisia. Jos mä sanon näin, että nämä sahdalaisia marokkolaisia, ihan sama asia, jos mä edutan pieni vauvaa äidin tuotusta. Ihan sama. Onko suomalainen? Tampere. Sama asia tehdä. Kiitoksia.
Turun suomalaisesta. On moni kysymyksiä. Haluaa joku antaa vastinen?
Thanks for this comment. I will take to answer. I think that in Africa we know the history and the qualities and we have to consult the origin people inside this country, whether they would like to join us. So this question hadn't happened in the Western Sahara. So if there is someone who's like to join Morocco, that's okay. But for me, I am with, and a lot of people like me with the right of self-determination. We need the right of self-determination, and we are struggling for this right. Just Spain withdraw and handle the region to another state. This is not something, because we need our choice, our right to decide free our future in our country. So this is the dilemma here. I respect And I welcome the opinion of anyone. We are open to all opinions, but we need to have this legitimate right to the self-determination. Thanks.
Suomeksi, niin mua tietää, että onko niin kansainvälisesti olemassa jonkinlaisia linkkejä muihin käynnissä oleviin vastaaviin ja taisteluihin, niin kuin vaikka palestiinalaiset ja kurdien välillä niin tämmöistä solidaarisuutta.
Can you translate?
I can ask in English as well.
Yeah.
No worries. So I was just wondering that if, there are like some international links between these ongoing struggles of self-determination, say with the Palestinians and Sahrawi people, with the Kurdish people and Sahrawi people, and so on. So I was. Or the Berber people, for instance. Can I ask a question? How much attention is made for French lobbying? Because I've understood that France and Morocco are, or France and Moroccan Kingdom are kind of friends. And if somebody wants to say any critical towards this ongoing politics, France usually blocks in the United Nations these. How do you say Paris law? This is, yeah, this. So that's my question. Thanks.
Always when I listen to speaking Finnish, I just to do this. So minä olen opiskelin suomea niin paljon. So I can't speak. I can understand some words, but I am in my way to study. So the issue with Kurdish and Palestinian. We have our similarities because there is a lot of refugees and some the UN and capacity to do something about the issue, and we have our similarities and we have also our differences. Each one can link between Kurdish and Sahrawi, and each one also can discover and find out the differences. So, and the other question was about the role of France. Yes, everything said here about this is correct, and that's why the UN couldn't proceed in the ground, and the referendum can't be applied in this situation because of the Security Council, and there the vote is blocked always, and the decision are made in the favor of the France because this zone, Morocco and Algeria and Tunis and Mali and Mauritania was Francophone zone. So inside this we are the Sahrawi. So this problem is still existing, and because of all this, the suffering of Sahrawi people is ongoing right now, and that we will still struggle by all means to get our self-determination, to be free to decide our future. Thanks.
Haluan mainita asiaa. So,
I must say we have.
Mennään seuraavaan.
We have the second one. So, Myriam, are you ready? Yeah. Present yourself.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Rahal. Okay, because I need to then see my notes.
Yes.
So very topic that we're discussing today. I remember when for the first time give a speech today, I was a little nervous now before I went to my face because I'm an academic scholar on this topic. I assured me that perhaps my experience and my expertise will be sufficient to at least provide something useful today. As you might see on the slide here, and often hashtag actualize. And it's a personal mission of mine to sort of create platforms for people, especially to actualize their dream and their potential where my name is Myriam Munezero, and I'm originally from Rwanda, and many of genocide, and the result of that is basically can be attributed to colonialization and the legacy that effects that happen. People are divided when borders are created among people. So after the genocide, people from London and in different African countries after that, but we have settings in Namibia. I also completed my high school and my bachelor's degree, specialized in mathematics and computer science. And a fun fact, if you don't already know, Namibia is a sister country to Finland, and cooperation. And it's not that close to Namibia. I got to come here in 2007 as an exchange student. So the 5-month program, so I was supposed to come for 5 months, and then after that I go to do my master's in Canada. But then when I came here, after I finished and found out the good education system that Finland has, I was offered a master's. I was offered a scholarship to do my master's here, and then after completing that, I worked as an assistant, and then I further my PhD as well. This was at the University of Eastern Finland. And after I performed my where I also worked at the University of Helsinki in different projects as a researcher and then as a postdoc. And it was in 2018, after 10 years of being in academia, that I got to work in industry as a analytics manager at Civic. And at the same time, when I started my career in industry, I also started working as a chairperson of a organization called Think Africa. And at Think Africa, we organize a lot of programs that engage and promote the power of the African diaspora here in Finland. The diaspora people, we face a lot of common challenges, whether it comes to structural racism, whether it comes to identity issues, whether it comes to employment. We face similar issues, and the organization targets everybody who is either from the continent, somehow related to the continent, has been there. So we come together and work towards solving some of those problems. Last year, we got to work on 13 projects. As you can see, quite a lot. We are sometimes we forget that we are a non-profit and important organization. But we have a youth summer camp that we organize in the ages of 16 to 25. They meet during the summer and discuss using through arts and culture, discuss issues on identity. We have a Think Africa week every November, a week-long event where we choose a specific topic and come together and explore that topic. We also have a Think Africa lounge. This is a live every Thursday. We have a discussion on something that is happening to the community. Then we also have programs that support entrepreneurship, programs that support youth between the ages of 9 and 18 when it comes to education. We also have programs when it comes to career and career development and employment, and many others. I will not go through all of them. But through all these experiences and through all the people that come through these programs, one thing that you also see is that what a lot of us did with creating borders around the African continent is that these were not only just physical borders created. Many of these borders are also still very much in our minds, and how we interact with each other and how we support each other and how we think about ourselves in relation to the host countries that we find ourselves in Europe. And so through that experience, today I want to focus a little bit on how can we start perhaps addressing the borders that are in our minds, and how can we start removing them in that sense. There's a quote that I like from Albert Einstein, which says that imagination is everything. It is the preview of life's coming attractions. So a lot of the great things that manifest in life started by somebody actually just imagining them. But what if our imaginations are somehow constrained? If there are borders in our minds, and if there are limitations, what does that do to our imagination? Does it result in limited innovation? Does it result in limited self-belief, perhaps short-term thinking? There are many effects of this, and I'm not a psychologist, I will not go all of them. But I believe that if we could imagine an Africa or people of Africa without borders, then we would be able to make that happen. So it first has to start here before we can actually make it happen in life. But how do we remove these borders? So today I'll share with you about 3 ideas or 3 tools that I think could help. So one is the way in which we seek information, or actually the proactiveness of seeking information. We need to, especially in this day and age where information is so easily accessible, we need to empower ourselves with information and be able to seek it. It's often said, or actually maybe in an insulting way and a joking way, that if you want to hide information, especially from African people, hide it in the book. but although it's said in a negative way, there's sort of like a truth behind it in that we don't consume information in the same way. And we have to find ways in which we can empower people with information through mediums in which they actually access it through. And this is often seen in how people also attend events, how African people attend events. When we discuss, or when I Think Africa, when we organize a lot of events, we can see the difference in participation, engagement, and the way in which information is consumed. But another quote I like is by this Sir Francis Bacon. He was also a person in psychologist, who said that the better information one has, the more one will be able to control events. The information is really critical in taking action. The second point is that we need to actually spend time and invest time in retraining our brains to think differently. I often feel, especially as people of African descent, that perhaps because we are always so busy, we are hustling for money, we are always trying to make ends meet, that we don't actually take time to think of why we do what we do, or why we think why we're sort of like the origin of our thoughts and how we can reshape it. How do we start sort of removing those shackles of imperialism and colonialism that we still carry on, even if we are not conscious of it. So this is the second sort of point, that we do need to invest time to remove that. Then the third point is that we need to nurture our imagination. I have a young girl, she's 3.5 years old, and perhaps if you have kids, you might have noticed that kids have this sort of ability to imagine a whole new world. She would be with toys, and she would create her own world with this, and she would interact with the characters as if as she would do in real life. So, and it's just this ability to imagine a whole new world. And I think it's something we need to foster. I don't know if I'm too old now to foster it in my imagination, but at least amongst the young ones, we need to start making them imagine an Africa without borders. People of African descent who are as equal, as capable as anyone else in the world. And this will not materialize tomorrow, but it's things that we can already start doing. And I'm going to end the speech with a quote from Marcus Garvey. He was an activist, a social activist in the US. So he says, "We are going to emancipate ourselves from mental slavery, because whilst others might free the body, none but ourselves can free the mind. Mind is your only ruler, sovereign. The man who is not able to develop and use his mind is bound to be the slave of the other man who uses his mind." So I hope that these three sort of ideas or tools, we can take them on today. They're not novel. I think everybody knows sort of those things, but just to reflect on them and how we can create a more equal society. Thank you very much.
First of all, I must ask, did you come from Kuopio or Joensuu?
No, I live in Helsinki now.
Yeah, but the Eastern Finland, University of Eastern Finland.
Was in Joensuu.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
I was also from Joensuu.
Okay.
So, questions? Kysymykset.
What thoughts? Questions.
Tarkoittaa Afrikka ilman vuoroa.
Sano uudestaan.
Me puhumme, että Afrikka ilman rajoja vaikuttaa.
Without borders.
Joo.
Yes.
Tästä asiasta on pakko syyttää eurooppalaisia, kuten Ranska, Espanja. Ja sen lisäksi mä laitan Algerian esimerkki. Ne haluavat pilkkuta. Afrikka on pilkuttunut tarpeeksi. Ja ne haluavat tehdä pilkku enemmän ja enemmän. Mitä tapahtuu tällä hetkellä sitten Marokossa? Terve taas. Niin, Afrikka ilman rajoja. Ja tästä mä haluan syytää eurooppalaisia, kuten Espanja, Ranska ja niiden lisäksi Algeria. ne haluaa pilkkoa koko Afrikkaa vielä lisäksi. Esimerkiksi mitä tapahtuu tällä hetkellä Marokossa. Ne haluaa erottaa vauvaa äidistä. Tarkoitan Sahara Marokosta. Ja Afrikassa on tapahtunut mikä historia siitä on tapahtunut. Kyllä se on surkia, mutta tämä on hyvä pointti, mitä sä sanoit äsken. Kiitos paljon. Kiitos.
Maybe what I also want to thank you very much. That was a very good point. And just to add, it's not to say that there are no sort of markers for what a country is or things like that. But it's just the ability to let those borders not stop us from interacting with each other. Because currently, trade between African countries is almost non-existent if I compare it to what the EU is doing because of those borders and the sort of the limitations and the constraints just to trade over a neighbor.
Yes.
Joo, kiitos. Minulla tuli tällainen ajatus tässä, kun kuuntelin, että kyllä tämä niin kuin tämän päivän kolonialismi ja imperialismi niin tarvitsee näitä rajoja käyttää hyväkseen. Ja kyse ei ole myös, tai ainoastaan niin kuin valtioiden rajoista, vaan kansojen ja uskontojen ja se niin kuin kärjestää kaikkia ristiriitoja, mille on niin kuin pohjaa, niin se ruokkii niitä, että se pystyisi hajottamaan ihmisiä ja pääoma saisi niin kuin helpommin vallan niin kuin ihmisistä, ei pysty vastustamaan ja pitämään omia puoliaan. Että tämä nähdään niin kuin, maailmalla joka puolella, niin arabimaailmalla kuin Afrikassakin. Että siinä ei ole kyse niin kuin, vaan valtioiden rajoista, vaan kaikki mahdolliset ihmisiä erottavat niin kuin rajat käyttää hyväksi ja hyödynnetään siinä ihmisten voiman pirstomisesta ja alistetaan niin kuin riiston työkaluksi. Sehän vaatisikin niin kuin varmaan sellaista niin oman mielensä tarkkailua, niin kuin tässä sanotaan, että käytä itse sitä niin kuin ajatteluasi, että joku käytä niin kuin välineenä sitä niin kuin sua itseäsi vastaan. Joo, kiitos. Tuli vaan sellainen ajatus.
Thank you for the presentation. I think it was very interesting, and I think the kind of goal that you presented of Africa without boundaries is, of course, I think a long-term goal. It should, of course, be, and I think in more generally, of course, that kind of world. But at the same time, while I agree with the sentiment of this quote, that of course we need also to free the mind of people. I think at the same time, of course, we have to free the body of people. It's kind of a dialectical process, as Marxists would call it. So that we wouldn't fall into idealism that we can free the mind without freeing the body. And that's why we have to be kind of realistic that in the world today we still have nations, and I think some nations still need to fight for their self-determination, and that's why borders are still a reality, and we have to live with that. And we have to accept that at the moment some nations are still fighting for their borders and self-determinations. And in the long term, the borderless world should, of course, be the goal. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think since retiring in Helsinki, and as we have been kind of speaking how the Western world understands the states and has set the borders, my little experience is that many people I have met can't identify with these borders at all. So you cannot call them to the nation on the map. The identity goes to the language group, or perhaps you can say tribe, or even a village chieftain, you know, the loyalties. So actually the groups are perhaps smaller or wider than how the map looks like. And people should, I don't know, but people should actually, it's not the beginning I have to. But anyway, to reach to these people cannot go according to the map.
Thanks for this presentation. While I was listening, I was thinking about the discussions in the EU. It was about the common values between Africans, and it was also something reminded me by the books of Dwight Said and Franz Fanon. All those ideas are about just to avoid the mentality of the herd. Yes, and this mentality is very common in the way we think, because we belong to ethnic, tribe, and we have those cross agendas. But all what you said there nowadays is primordial in our lives as African. But just we have yes to erase the war, but we have to do this with our freedom, using our brains, not obligated by the force of an army or something like this. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to ask your opinion. How do you see the African Union and its role in this purpose of borderless Africa? Or are there some other more regional, perhaps? I don't know.
I think, Heidi, thanks. That's a good question. I think they have the biggest part to play because they're the ones that are, I mean, the whole reason the AU was founded was to create or to unite many of the African nations together. So they have the biggest role to play. And they have made some sort of strides towards that. Like, for example, now there's the Africa Free Trade zones that are being created, even though it has taken years even for that to materialize. So they could, there are certain aspects we probably will not get them through today, and we can have a discussion after. They could do much more in terms of uniting the continents, allowing free, like visa-free movements between different nations on the continent. They could do more to regulate, for example, prices of traveling or flights between the countries, even though they might not have the power, but they could, since the heads of the states are all part of the AU, they could sort of instigate those discussions and have more of those as well. So that's, they could do more, but they already do it.
Thanks. I understood that the first president of the first independent colony, the Kwame Nkrumah, needed to have an idea that, of course, all African countries must not now unite with one flag and one federation, because it's the only way to break the colonial bonds to the Western world and international world. But that was never happening. Yeah.
Joo, olisin halunnut kysyä, että näetkö sellaista riskiä, että tällaisessa niin kuin yhdistymisessä ja ja niin kuin Euroopan talousalueen luomisesta, niin, niin kuin vaarana se, että tämä niin kapitalistinen risto niin kuin tehostuisi, että saadaan isompi yksikkö, jonka kautta pystytään niin kuin alistamaan koko Afrikka niin kuin, yhtenä niin kuin, riistolle, kun nythän se on hankalampaa. Että mä näen itse, että tällaisia piirteitä on EU:ssa ja mä näen, että itse on näkevinäni, että EUn ja läntisen maailman tavoitteet niin kuin luoda Afrikan talousyhteisö ei ole vailla niin kuin taka-ajatuksia. Onko mä hassu, kun mä ajattelen näin?
So basically, he asks that do you see any risk with the uniting of the Africa under the banner of African Union? Because in Europe, there are plenty of people who think that the European Union is mostly to serve for the big money and capitalism and so on. So is there same kind of thing in with the African Union? Basically, is there a possibility that it is not for the people, but for the corporates and so on?
I think that is always a danger or a risk in any sort of society, in that the ones with the money and the ones with the power, in that sense. But I think if we also look at the structure of the EU, it has done a lot in development of the countries. Like a lot of countries have also developed because they are in the EU, and so they benefit also from, let's say, the richer countries. I see somehow the good outweighing the bad. Yes, the risks are there, definitely, but they are also existing now, even without a strong, let's say, a strong community. Even the current situation is that many of the systems are working for those who have the money, who have the big corporations. But I think if you have sort of a united cause or united union working for the people, it will outweigh the risk, I think. I don't know if maybe Dr. Ike or want to have anything to add to that as well.
In regards
to the risk that, for example, our borderless Africa or stronger unity amongst Africans might lead to increased capitalism.
Yeah, the thing is that it's quite a very tricky issue, because one of the ideas where we were divided was to weaken the unity in order to have the possibility to actually exploit as much as possible. But that does not mean that unity cannot be attained. It's just a matter of time. The Africa that people knew some years back, I can tell you that it's not the Africa now. Things have really changed. There have been a lot of information. There have been a lot of education. And people have interacted, people have traveled. So the mindset now is completely different. It is just that sometimes some countries are slow to usher in change, while others are fast to do so. But and I borrow the term from Thomas Jefferson, dramatic change from time to time. And that's exactly what we are looking forward to. So maybe in the course of my presentation, I'll be able to reach out to some of those questions already, and then we can pick up from there. I think that should be the next.
One more.
Thank you. I think I'm a little bit pessimistic when it comes to this issue, because based on experience from the things that happened in the past and things that are still happening today, I believe the essence of all political setting is to grab something for themselves. If we look at what is happening today in Ukraine, is the same system still playing out. Everybody wants to take care of their own, even though they pretend they care about the others. But every decision is always, the final decision is always about what I get for my own. So the situation in Africa, I don't see any changes in the near future. As long as this greed and selfishness in the human nature continues, there are always some people to be used to perpetuate these things, even though there are people who fight very hard to change things. Those elements will always be used to destroy their efforts. Indeed, I was talking with a friend who is British, and I'm very much concerned about this issue. He said to me, listen, I'm not trying to be rude, but I'll tell you something. Anytime Africans are able to put themselves together and the Europe or the West finds out that they don't have any other way, they will come with their guns themselves. And I think he wasn't wrong in that. So I don't want to sound like you know, like a pessimistic person, but maybe people might change their time in the future. But you know, for me, I don't really see any way out yet. Thank you.
Yes. Now I must say thank you for speakers. Now we have 15 minutes break. So downstairs there's cafeteria. Tuolla kahvila alhaalla. Voitte ostaa sitä pikkupurtavaa, se on jotenkin ruokia saa myös ilmaiseksi.
Ja tervehdys vaan kaikille. Mainostan tässä kangaskasseja. Tuosta voi ostaa 10 € kappale. Ympäristö ja rauha teemaisia kangaskasseja. Liittyy tämän vuoden marraskuussa järjestettävään ympäristöhankkeeseen. Siitä vaan ostamaan. And shortly in English, there is tax. You can buy with 10 €. They are about environment and peace. And it links to the international event that will be held this year in November called No Survival Without Peace. And there is tax with Finnish text and English text. Thank you.
Jari, jos on Jari, onko sulla kiire? Ihan niin kuin
No niin. Elikkä tauon jälkeen jatkamme seuraavalla esityksellä. Esittelijä Walter Bonko, joka esittelee itsensä tässä näin.
Anna sille 5.
Siihen varmaan se esitys näkyy.
Se on vinossa.
Aha, aivan. Joo. Entäs tiennytkään tuosta?
I think that we had some short break and we have had some more energy to continue with the intellectual exercise. So we just want to invite you all again for the next presentation. My name is Walter Sfonda. I'm originally from Cameroon, where we inherited 2 languages, French and English. But I only got closer to French when I was at the university. I moved in Finland for studies at the University of Helsinki. After my completion as a postgraduate, I had to move to Helsinki and continue with the research. My background is on political science and law, and more predominantly with philosophy. So today I will be unraveling the issue on imperialism with more particular attention on southern Cameroon to show an example of the effect of the past and present realities of the term imperialism. So if you look, you will actually see the map of Cameroon, which is right here. And at the tail of the corner, you see southern Cameroon. So south is bounded by Nigeria and Ghana, and then southern Cameroon is this way, which means French Cameroon is this way, which therefore means that southern Cameroon is at a spot between two giants. And this reminds me again about some history in Finland, where Finland was, Russia was this way, and Sweden was this way. But yet Finland emerged as a great nation. Southern Cameroon is not going to be different. So I just wanted you to see this map, that where I come from is from this area. And this division came as a result of the colonial activities that kept the people in dagger's draw in the whole of continent of Africa. So since Africa is a whole big continent, that's why I narrowed it down to be focused on southern Cameroon, where the example can be seen and matched in the whole of Africa. So when the idea of the colonial master was triggered by imperialism, or let me say the imperialist quest to expand the empire, what we have to know is that these empires or the colonial tests would not have been successful if the people did not have prior knowledge about if those land actually exists and what they can acquire from that land and how they can, what they should do in order to acquire those materials from those lands. The knowledge they had about the continent of Africa was that Africa was an infinite darkness. It was full with some kind of barbaric and savage activities for people. The imagination was clouded with a lot of worries. But that was one of the edge that also made the explorers to actually discover for themselves if all this imagination, if all this speculation we're having is real. And that's why they decided to embark on this dangerous move. Some historian, as well as great mind, has raised 3 points as to what triggered the imperialist action. 1, they talk of political. 2, they talk about the issue of economy. They talk about the religious aspect. And they talk about the need for scientific findings, to name just this. But upon all this, there was a hidden agenda which was pushed by economy. So, how did the people get this information? Explorers, including clergymen like evangelists, who took upon themselves to sell the religion or to make the people to understand the consciousness of a God, went, met the native people, conscientized their mind. But during that process of the movement, these explorers who came in different approach wrote down sufficient information after interacting with the native people. Because
One writer, a Kenyan scholar, John Betty, said, Africa is notoriously religious. What does he mean by this? It means that the hospitality of an African or the consent of an African is always misunderstood. Either it is wrongly received or badly understood because they are open-minded. And so when people are welcomed, the culture is looking at it that they are giving a reception to foreigners. But the foreigners look at it that these are stupid people to be exploited. So there is this conflict of understanding between those who are welcoming the foreigners and those who are coming. The idea here now that I will proceed to make you understand is that those who came wrote extensively. If you think of people like David Livingstone and even Dr. Eugene Zingraf, that was someone who actually came to my own home village. So when they came back, they get a lot of information. That's why you see, if I could just go through this paper and read something to you with someone like Edward Seth in 1987, entitled Orientalism, writes, a truly effective and colonial conquest requires knowledge of the conquest people. So if you want to actually colonize or you want to carry out an effective exploitation, you have to know the native people, know even their culture, understand their terrain, understand what they're out. And so he was not the other one. It was not the other one. Still, we are not going to go into an academic debacle because of time. Let me just draw your attention of one very important aspect, which Thomas Babington Macaulay, who was a lawyer by profession, and also, I could say, one of the architects who paved the way for imperialism. This is his address in 1835 in the British Parliament. I have traveled across the length and the breadth of Africa, and I have not seen one person who is a beggar, who is a thief. Such words I have seen in this country, such high moral values, people of such caliber that do not think we would ever conquer this country unless we break the very backbone of their nation, which is her spiritual, cultural heritage. And therefore, I propose that we replace her old and ancient educational system, her culture, and if African thinks that all that is foreign and English is good and greater than theirs, then they will lose their self-instinct, their native culture, and they will become what we want them, truly dominated people. So you see that this comes to justify that they actually understood the area extremely well. And now he is telling them how they can proceed in order to get those things. So which means that coming there was not going to be a safari tour. It was going to be to confront a battle. And so they are going to be ready to use all sorts of savage methods, all sorts of brutality. What is important is what they want to achieve. And that's why I'm inviting you all today to watch a drama which talks about why people leave their home country in search for better life. Because it's a summary of all what we have been talking here today. You'll see it today on stage. As well as the African traditional cultural dance to make you understand what kind of people were these. Let me not deviate. Let's go back. In 1884, a group of imperial powers sat in Berlin and held a meeting. to discuss how they are going. Oh, sorry. I thought my voice was too loud. No. A group of people sat in Berlin holding a meeting to discuss how they are going to partition a continent like a piece of bread or like a common meat. And in this meeting, they agreed that there's going to be what they call effective occupation, which means that when you get somewhere, you actually hold that place, make treaty with those people, and then you claim it to be your own. The question I'm asking myself, when you come to hold a meeting to make a decision, the people that you are going to exercise your carnage on them are not part of your meeting. So, from the very beginning, how was it justifiable? And who set the rules? Who gave the order? All of us, we start asking our question. We start asking the question, what is happening? So in 1884, Germany was not very interested about what was happening in Africa. But to be a big power in Europe, you must have colonies all over the world. That's how Germany quickly went to Africa and jumped in some continents, in some areas, which Cameroon was one of them. So when they took over this area, they pacified it, set up an administration. From that period up to when World War I broke up in 1914, and Germany lost the war, when the war finally came to its close in 1819, the powers now that fought against the Germans, which were called the Allies, now decided that let them seize all the colonies which Germany had. Because it is from those colonies that Germany was taking the strength in order to continue the war. And so when they took over, in a meeting that ended in DSL, they agreed that some of these colonies should be kept in the hands of some of the colonial masters as mandated territories. The case of Cameroon was a little bit sad. When they came, Cameroon was divided into two. Part was governed by British, and part was governed by the French. And so what happened was that Southern Cameroon was being governed from Nigeria, because by then, the governor general, who was like the president at that moment during the colonial period, governed both Nigeria and Southern Cameroon from the eastern region. Cameroon was under that rule for about 40 years, until after the break of World War II. Then a new world order that ushered in. Two superpowers came: Union of Soviet Socialist Republic and the United States, on both sides. So, with their influence now, there was a need now to liberate all the states and encourage them for self-independence. Unfortunately, what happened is that most of the colonial powers who were managing just states used their intellect in the form of a paradox, which means that they were not actually willing to give independence. But they were like playing what they call language games. And besides that, the kind of independence that was expected by the UN was completely different from what we are finding today. And that explains why you see that there have been a lot of skirmish, there have been a lot of problems within the African continent. Because when they came to partition the place, they did not respect ethnic grouping. They just take people from this tribe to this tribe and let's just merge them. And from there was a lot of misunderstanding within that period, and that's what has generated problems from time to time up to this moment that we speak. So, when it was time now for Southern Cameroon now to be given independence, in In the 1st of January, 1960, France gave independence, in quotes, to French Cameroon. And then, now it was time now for Southern Cameroon now to also have its independence. Because many things came up. Britain was not willing to hand full independence to the people of Southern Cameroon. And that is why you see today there is war in Southern Cameroon, which I'm going to explain to you clearly. Britain argued that Southern Cameroon does not have enough resources to manage its states. And so there was a resolution that came out from the UN. It was this resolution, let me be very sure. Yes, 1541, which states that if a sovereign state or if a state looking towards independence does not have sufficient resources, this state could integrate with another state that already has independence, but on clear condition. One, if this state which is coming to emerge with another state that has already independence, there must be what they call equal power. Secondly, they must share what they call an equilibrium in the affairs of the states. Let's take, for instance, judiciary. They must be equal in number when it comes to judicial issues. When it comes to legislative, there must be issues equal in the parliament. And executive, they must be rotative in power, which means that if the president comes from the country that already has independence, and this country integrates, if the president from here is president, the next president that will come from the other one that integrates. But you see that even the body itself, called the UN, is extremely problematic. Because it is like just saying that go give that man a paper, or go give that man something to eat, without following or to actually see if it is done. So you see that it was just like a language game that things keep rotating. Now, during the period when Southern Cameroon was under the British rule, they had inherited a complete different culture, the Anglo-Saxon culture. The law was a common law. Everything was different, even the language. Now you are coming to match these people together. When the French believe in direct rule, and the Englishman does not believe in indirect rule. These people speak French. Now this one speak English. This one, they have civil law. This other one, they have common law. So the whole thing was conflicting. So the first president that came here was Amadou Ahidjo from the north. And this Amadou Ahidjo came in when the French people had changed the policy, or let me say the colonial masters. This imperialism now designed a new way of approach. It was not more about the use of guns as before. It was more to do now with going through the leaders, influencing them, and pushing them now to make final and quick decisions at the detriment of their own citizens. That's why you see when Amadou Ahidjo became the president there was Django Foncha. They agreed that, okay, we are going to integrate now so that we become one. Django Foncha came with a good intention, but Ahidjo did not come with a good intention because from the French system, they don't even believe in federation. The French man believe in what they call overseas province of France, which means that all his colonies is part of the province. It's just part of the province of France. It's not like saying that it's your nation. No, it's just a province. And their capital is Paris. For instance, the capital of this country is Yaoundé. But that's just your own. The real capital is Paris, not even Yaoundé. Because they don't believe in what they call federation. So it's just an overseas province of France. So when they came together now, there was a kind of friction because behind there, Southern Cameroon had its National Assembly, French Cameroon had its National Assembly, and then they have one common house that they meet there and discuss issues. But when Amadou Ahidjo had accepted English Cameroon, what they started doing is that they started complaining that it is so expensive to run these parliaments. Let's dissolve all the others and have just one. That was a step now for assimilation to fulfill that hidden agenda. And so they dissolved the other parliament in Southern Cameroon. And now Southern Cameroon now was gradually resolved. Before we ever joined them, Southern Cameroon had a state of its own, what they call the quasi-independent. It has its administration. It had even done what they call democracy and change power. It had its bank, good infrastructure, that the economy was booming. And this very region contributed to 70% of the entire region output GDP. So how could you say, British man, that these people don't have money to be on their own, when they have money that is about 70% of all? For instance, the oil zone comes from here. All the plantations come from here. The seaport comes from here. The timber, the gold, much of the thing comes from here. Then you British man, how did you say these people cannot manage themselves? It is believed that Britain had done some exchange of Ireland with Frenchmen, and so Southern Cameroon was indirectly sold out. Still the move again of imperialism action without the cause of human rights. And then in 1957, when Ghana had its independence, Nkwame Nkrumah made a statement. The independence of Ghana is meaningless except the whole of Africa is liberated. And so Nkwame Nkrumah had a very close relationship with Southern Cameroon. And so the fear now is that if Southern Cameroon had become independent, there might be an influence of communism here, and then from here now, the whole of that region now will be influenced with communism, and things will change. So there was this tension. That's why British and the French now, they started coming out with some kind of language games or some games now to see how they can hold Southern Cameroon under siege or under some siege to avoid that communist movement. Because we have people, most of the people who promoted communism, even in French Cameroon, they took shelter here. So there was this fear. So at this moment, before long, they realized that in the schools, the Anglo-Saxon education, they sent French people to come and teach in that school that could not even teach English, that could not speak English. How will we be able to disseminate the information to these people? The common law, which is the English heritage, was conflicting with civil law. But then you will send judges who do not even understand the common law to come and make decisions in Southern Cameroon. How could that happen? So many things have been going on. When it comes to the issue, even for appointment, Southern Cameroon is less seen. So the whole thing has bubbled up to from 1961, when they gave a fake kind of independence to us by joining another, up to this moment that people could no longer hold it. So when they had a meeting now, they met the Minister of Education and told him that, listen, there is a need for reform. But because they have the plan to assimilate, they did not take it serious. They met the Minister of Justice and said, listen, there is a need for us to make a distinction between the common law and the civil law. He did not take it serious. We realized that the way things were going, it would not act fast. The whole of Southern Cameroon will be usurped. And all the sons and daughters of Southern Cameroon may be eradicated, and a new set of people may occupy that land. Because most of the Southern Cameroonians have traveled. You find them now in all over Europe, America, whatsoever they're living, they have grouped themselves. Like here in Finland, I'm the chairman of Southern Cameroon in Finland. And so we formed out what they call SCACUF, Southern Cameroon Ambazonia Consortium United Front. And the idea was to seek for autonomy and to have ourselves independent. We are no more interested about the unification that was before. We are now interested on outright independence. And the way we came to discover was that speeches will not help. I think blood and iron will be the best way for people like this one to understand. And that's why we have grouped ourselves all over the world, and now they have declared war, and we have armies that are defending that land. And I want to tell you, in 2000, when the war started, they described us that we are just two cubes of sugar. They will destroy us within 6 months. But now this war is getting to 6 years. 6 years. And now they are confused. They are begging us for unification for what they call federation. We say we are no more interested. We want our independence. So I'm going to show you a small quick slide that you will watch. You will see the way demonstration took place here in Finland, and that is how it's happening in the rest of the other European countries to galvanize support in order to support the people of Southern Cameroon to have their autonomy. Yeah. Not this one. Video. So that is a flag of Southern Cameroon. All right. So that was just to show you how determined the people are. And what is happening is that it's happening all over where we are residing, just to galvanize support back home to usher in the change. I just want to make you understand that I am acting now as the chairman of RASMUS, Finnish Network Against Racism, and I'm also the chairman of African Civil Society in Finland, and also the executive director of Palace and Cultural Network, PACONET. So, as you see, I'm also like the spokesman for the Southern Cameroonians in Europe. And that's how we keep ourselves going in building network for collective push. I'm sure that you may have one or two questions. So much we can talk, but time is not the best.
Maybe we have some time.
Yes, better.
Yes. Thank you, Walter. Mike, how long is your presentation?
I don't have any idea, but I'll try to make that brief.
Okay, so do we have maybe 5 or 10 minutes more time for the ask questions or something like that? Yeah. Okay. So, questions, kysymykset. Mielipiteitä.
Well, I just wanted to ask, how is the problem of having natural resources being solved for Southern Cameroon as you go toward independence?
During that period of Southern Cameroon moving towards independence, there was actually no skirmish or actually a problem within the people of Southern Cameroon. It seems as if during that period, they have not discovered so much wealth that is within that area. The people have exercised what we call a sound democracy, where during the time when they had the quasi-independent, power changed hand from the first premier in Delhi to Jammu Frontier with no bloodshed, no problem. So the state was triumph. But now the transition became different, because when they now had merged themselves, what they call integrating to have their independence, I think the colonial powers had mapped out that area and saw huge wealth. And during that period, they had also realized the deposit of huge reserve of petrol. And that is exactly what triggered now the issue where, instead now to prepare the people of self-independence, it resulted to what they call conflict of interest. So the question of independence now seems to have been suppressed or badly received or unjustifiable implemented. And so the people now were just like sold to the bigger power, so that through this bigger power, the bigger, one of the imperialists that is behind the French will use it now to grab what is there for their common interests.
Joo, olisin kysynyt, että miten jos tuossa perusteluna käytettiin, että Etelä-Kamerunille ei tule itsellään toimeen taloudellisesti, niin jos siellä, niin kuin oikein ymmärsin, niin, jos oikein ymmärsin, niin 70% BKT:stä syntyy siellä, niin onko Kamerunilla niin kuin itsellään voimia sitten tulla niin kuin, yksinään toimeen valtiona?
Minä ymmärrän, että kaikki, mutta okay, that's a quick translation. Not everything was understood.
Do you think Cameroon can survive themselves without South Cameroon if South Cameroon have 70% of GDP?
Yes. Of course, before the coming of the colonialists, the people were living and they were surviving. No problem. And we believe that it is only when the people came and left, they left problems. That's why Chinua Achebe wrote the text, things fall apart. Because they came with a lot of problems. Southern Cameroon has its own resources, which they could manage, if they can manage with a good accountability, without problem, and they will survive. Because before we joined them, they were on their own, under the French rule, and they managed. So bringing us now to merge with them now is only inviting a lot of problems, because of that imperialism quest that have been planted in them, which was corruption, looting, and all that, it is looming in their mind to get as much as possible. So you see, this colonial practice is not only for those who brought, but the doctrine that they left is still like pushing the people to continue with that same doctrine. So I would feel that they can survive on their own. But even if there is a need for us to cooperate, we were still willing during the time when we had federation that, okay, since this site is more richer, they could always give what they call a certain percentage to this site. But we realized that the issue was not even the word, according to me, was an attitude problem towards the people. So we realized that it seems as if their problem was just wealth, and they cannot live in harmony with others. So the best thing is that let's be on our own and let them be on their own.
So you think France used Cameroon in a tool for imperialistic aggression?
Yes,
yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
Because during the time of Southern Cameroon, Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana had visited Southern Cameroon twice, and they had a lot of cooperation. Because we were going towards independence, we had already started building cooperative with other nations with the hope that when we become independent, we will now have our free hand now to trade whoever, diplomatically or whatever thing we want to do. But when they noticed that the influence of community was growing stronger, especially through Nkrumah, they feared that might be if they be independent, communists now will be easy to spread because of that region that you see like that is very strategic. Because Southern Cameroon is like between West Africa, it's in West Africa. It is where they attach with French now, French Cameroon. That's why you see Cameroon can be placed between West Africa and Central Africa. So it is a very strategic zone. So one of the things that made them to fear is that there is going to be a spread of communism, you know, because already political parties that were in Southern Cameroon propounded the theory of communism. And that's what they love best, because it came out from their culture and likeness, the idea of communalism. And so that was one of the biggest fear, coupled now with the rich resources that they found there, it increased it again more. But the primary and sensitive was that idea of ideology.
Thank you.
It's 100.
Just a quick one. What's the position of the African Union about your struggle for independence?
Yeah, we have been able to reach out to all the international bodies, just like other bodies. The African Union is more of a name than an actual body that was formed to look into the well-being of the people of Africa. Because you see, this topic, imperialism, is a very good and sensitive topic because it's not limited. It's not limited. It was not limited only with the action to come and loot. It was expanded to survey, you know, and making sure that anything that they see that can come up that will be repulsive or will bring in a kind of well-being for the good of the people, they suppress it. That's why you see when African Union was formed. Okay. Nkrumah wanted a situation where Africa will be able to live on its own, because he had studied in the West and then understood exactly the situation of the approach of imperialism and what they are up to. And so his idea was that this union should be a kind of union that will be able to address situations if any African country has a problem. In the case of Southern Cameroon, we have been there twice, but they're just like the days of League of Nations. They are more like verbal than practical. So when you look at it well and you study the African Union, you see that it's just like one of these houses that are hanging around the place, UN, OAU, Francophonie, you know, all those houses. The actual thing that we're expecting for African Union, where it was out to mediate, try to bring justice, is completely absent. It is just like a safari club where people come and sit there and look into issues. That's how I look at it. So the only way, if people want to get their independence, is to use what we are doing now in Southern Cameroon. Arm yourself, get ready, and defend your motherland. People will understand your story. And I'm telling you now in Southern Cameroon, I will tell you, even though we see graphic images I can send to you, it's normal that people must go through hell, but we will achieve that independence. It's too close.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now, Ike, are you ready?
Yes, if you like to open now. It's this one.
it's yours. Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Ike Udechine, and I am originally from Nigeria, the southeastern part of Nigeria, or what you may call Biafra. I'm sure the word and the name Biafra is not a new one to many of you. And I'm a man of many parts, but I can simply say that professionally, I'm a broadcaster. I work with the media most of the time, right from the Nigerian National Radio, that's the Radio Nigeria in the 1980s, and towards the end of the 80s, exactly 1988, I came to Finland and became a pioneer African broadcaster here in Finland, where I started working the same year in 1988 with Radio City. We're back in the old Lepako, Lola. And I introduced the African culture and African way of life generally, music and worldview, you know, to the Finnish, what I might call the Helsinki area audience on the radio. In a program that I titled Sunsplash Africa. And apart from that, I've also been involved in so many things, you know, actively involved in issues of social inclusion, you know, working with different organizations, especially the Sports for All, sports and social inclusion organization, which I am the chairperson up to now, and also I serve in the board of Rasmus. And within Europe itself, I've also been in the board of Football Against Racism in Europe, and also in the board of the World Association of Community Radio Broadcasters, the European faction. But now we see let's go straight to the issue of today. If you look at the title of my presentation today, it says Politics of Collateral Damage. Well, when I chose this title, I had some things in mind, you know, regarding using this ideology to look at how colonialism has kind of promoted this continuous act of using human beings as a kind of tools, or what you may call material that can be removed from the surface of the earth in the quest for, you know, for power. That practically people can sit down and say, okay, we want to remove communism from this particular state. So in the process of doing it, we have to use force. So let's calculate how many people are we going to kill to make this work out. They practically do that. They sit in the boardroom and take this decision. And they say, well, you know, like when all these so-called secret agents, they come to the president, they say, we want to do this, we got to do that, and blah, blah, blah. The president will say, can you give me an idea of the collateral damage? You know, these are human lives, for God's sake, you know. But anyway, that's totally what I had in mind when I thought of this topic. But I changed my mind later because I found that this would okay, this is a fact, but it would give me the opportunity to go in depth in what I want to talk about. So what I'm going to talk about now is a topic that I called they killed our democracy. They killed our democracy. Who are they? In this case, I'm talking about the British colonialists. And whose democracy did they kill? I'm talking about the democracy of the Igbo nation. That is where I come from. I am an Igbo before I became a Nigerian. And Igbo is a nation because Nigeria is a collection of nation states put together through the gluttony of the British Empire. So since we're talking about imperialism, this is why I thought that this will make a much better topic for this occasion. Who are the Igbo nation, the Igbo people, or the people of Biafra? They are people found in the eastern part of Nigeria, the present-day Nigeria. And what kind of system do they have before the coming of the British? Their administrative system is decentralized. And it is also characterized by the principle of absence of a centralized government. The Igbo people, my people, never had in their life a central government. They are decentralized. Indeed, there's a book written by, I can't remember the name of the author now, but it is called Every Man a King to Himself, that explained a lot about the Igbo people. It is therefore a kind of society that is chiefless. There are no chiefs, you know, and it is just, you know, an egalitarian society, and there are no supreme kings, never. So during the colonial infraction, this created a lot of confusion for them, because among the rest of other ethnic nations within Nigeria, they have kings that the British can easily use to, you know, perpetuate the indirect rule. So when they get, for instance, the Igbo neighbors on the west, immediate west, is the Benin Kingdom, a very great kingdom in the past. And this kingdom is ruled by a king called the Oba. So if they could get the Oba, then they get the people. So they fought a war with them and defeated them, and then were able to rule the people through the king. The same thing happened to the people of the further west of Igbo land, the Yoruba ethnic nationality, who also had their kings. They were able to rule them through their kings. And I can go on and on. When you go to the north is a very clear and interesting also example. Because before the British came, the north had already, through the connection of the sub-Saharan trade system, had contacts from people from the Middle East. So from that point, they've been trading with them for many years, and many of them willingly got interested in the Islamic way of life and got converted. Indeed, all the way from Saudi Arabia up to Senegal. You know, the true records of Islamic writers, there are evidence of continuous trade on this zone, in that zone. So the northern part of Nigeria already had an advanced Islamic state with emirs, you know, ruling them. So it was, for the British, it was like gold. You know, they're like, oh my God, this is what we want. So they were able to get hold of the emirs, and they saw that they had ministers and, you know, a pure setup of, you know, feudal setup for them, where the king is everything, his order is final. All the rest of the people come and bow to him. And whatever he says, they do. So it was so easy for them. So they became like the bride, you know, a sweet bride to the colonialists. And at that time, they had this man called Lord Lugard. Lord Lugard was the one who really perpetuated exactly what placed Nigeria in this present situation. Because, first of all, the South, which was their first place of arrival, they built schools using the missionaries. They built schools and people started going to school after they got subjugated. They started going to school. They said, okay, since we can't beat them, you know, let's join them. So the Southerners, including the Igbo nation and the Yoruba nation, they went into studying. They started going to school. Some of them went to Britain to study and so on and so forth. Meanwhile, up north there, the Emirates they were running, they made a rule telling the colonialists that the condition under which they can work with them is that they don't bring Christianity to them. And at that time, education was only through Christianity. They were the one running the schools. So there were no schools. But they insisted that if they were going to the schools, they will only be in the palace of the kings, because they wanted their own children to go to school. So where you found the only schools at that time were in the palaces. And today, up north there, they have the highest level of poverty, highest level of literacy, lowest level of literacy, because they are still running the same feudal system. And all the leaders within the north, all of them come from that same emirate, the children of the kings. They are the ones that went to school, and they are the ones running things, and they are the ones that are still today the darlings of the of 10 Downing Street, and they are the ones that they handed power over to rule Nigeria, rule the southern people who went to school, who are the intellectuals, who want that things should work according to the way it is in the West. All these people are subdued. And many of them live overseas nowadays and doing very well. You go to the United States, you go to the UK, everywhere. You know, in any field you can think of, you find a lot of them doing well. Whereas their country is sinking every day, because of this system that was intentionally built to make the nation fail. So, coming back to the Igbo people, the Igbo person is not somebody you can keep in one place and tie his hands together, you know, in slavery. No. This is evidence even during the slave trade. In the United States, if you go through the record of all the slave revolutions, they are mostly led by Igbo slaves. It is on record. So they are that kind of people. It is the India gene. Because of the freedom or the system that their forefathers have lived all through, the system of freedom, the system of democracy. Because in the Igbo system, traditional Igbo democracy, like I said earlier, there are no kings. How do they run their lives? The Igbo political structure is like this. They have, you know, what they call the umunna. The umunna is the admit. To explain this more in details, it's like for instance, myself, I have uncles. All my uncles from the patrilineal line are members of my admit. And in the olden days, like if you go to my village now, you can pinpoint everyone's roots very easily. Like if I go deep down into the village where my great-grandfather, maternal great-grandfather lived, we still have a home in that place, even though people are moving out, you know, to build their homes somewhere else. But that root stays there. And if anything, if there's anything big to discuss within the family, everybody comes back to that place. So this is the admit I'm talking about, or what we call the umunna. So that is one big part of the structure. Then we have the Council of Elders. This Council of Elders are made up of elders of different umunnas within the village and within the town, the bigger town. So that's another part of the structure. And then we also have the daughters of the umunna. That is all the women born in that family who have been married to another family. They still meet like once every month to look into what is happening in their roots, where they come from. And they are a very powerful group. For instance, if a wife married by one of their brothers or uncles is misbehaving, you know, like, and there's a proof that every effort to call her to order has failed, and the umunna has sat down and had discussion, and this misbehavior continues. Nobody is going to take any action against her unless this group of women who are originally from that compound, married outside, comes one day and say, this is enough, now you got to go. She has no alternative than to obey them, and they will practically lead her back to her father's home. This is just one example. So we have so many of these kind of powers that are given to different sets of groups, be they male or female, that notwithstanding. And again, on the woman's side, a woman also has a right to marry a wife. That sounds a bit strange. But let me explain to you. This is done due to make sure there is continuity. Assuming a man is not able to have a child and he passes away, for the reason the wife has the right either to leave and go somewhere else or stay within the family. If it's a family she's so loved and she wants to stay with them, she has the right to stay. And she has the right to negotiate and marry through the ritual, the normal or traditional rituals, and bring in another woman because she can't have a child. And any woman any child that woman bears within that family will become the continuity of the lineage of her husband within the family. And every right that belongs to anybody in that family will go to those children. So this is just another aspect. So while I'm explaining this is just to show how democratic the system was before the coming of the colonialists into the settlement. Today, all these things are gone. They are no more there. It's been taken over by the so-called democracy that was brought in by the British, which doesn't suit exactly the way of life of the people. So when you think of it, of course, everybody knows the history of how the democratic system started. It's something that grew gradually into what it became, like in the Western world. Think of it, if this system being run by the Igbo nation was allowed to develop on its own and improve on its own, it would have been a very beautiful thing. And then the people would have lived without any rancor. And Nigeria wouldn't have been what it is today with all the struggles and all the killings going on, because it's a collection of people of different national identity. And like people rarely say, Nigeria is indeed from the word Nigeria, the name Nigeria, it simply means Niger area. And it was given to the area by the wife, not wife, but the girlfriend of Lord Lugard, the same man I mentioned before. Clara Shaw was her name, which is the one that chose that name, and that stays with the country. So it's just a geographical area that is housing people of different nationalities. And that is why there will never be peace in that place. And that is why the agitation for the nation of Biafra, which gave rise to the death of millions in the past. Indeed, I was 15 years old when that war took place. And I was a child soldier in that war and experienced things that, a young person shouldn't at that age. And I have written a book on this, which I think I have a copy of it here. And anybody who wishes to might also get it online. It's called The War Child of Biafra. So these are all the outcomes of imperialism, and it's still going on. Don't mind that I said when I was making a comment the other time that I'm pessimistic about all these things, but that doesn't mean that there can't be a solution to these things, but sometimes that is the way it feels. Well, I think for lack of time, I have to stop here. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, sure.
They have already get 5 minutes more than.
So you're working here as well? I mean, but this is a place you've rented or you are based? So what is the organization based?
The Democratic Civic Association, we have the office in Helsinki, in Malmi.
Oh, okay.
Yes, and we work from there.
Okay.
Yes. This is just the.
This is rented. Yeah, it's nice. It's a nice place.
Yeah, it's very good.
Also, it's nice for theater things.
True.
Yeah,
Yes,
I didn't.
I heard that different groups come here.
So how? I mean, this is managed by who?
There is the old organization for this place. Matinkylän järjestöyhdistys on niin tämä, joka hoitaa tätä. Sä voit selittää vähän.
Yeah, there is this kind of organization, not non-profit organization, keeping
association.
Association.
Okay. Yeah, this is nice.
Also, this is also workers' house. So this is working.
It's a social space.
Yeah.
For association.
This mostly is opened by Communist Party of Espoo.
Okay.
So, do you want that I says yes or do you want it?
It's just I can do it. I can. Yeah, I can do it. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Selvä peli. Gender persons, can you sit down? Some lost lambs are still wandering somewhere, probably in the cafeteria area, but hopefully they will come soon. If somebody can go downstairs and maybe. Okay, very good. But now we are continuing our program, and I have a very great favor. I'm very happy to present you Paula Minoja. She's my supervisor in my very long-lasting academic work, but maybe someday still I manage to do it.
Yeah, sure, I'm sure.
I'll do it, but still not yet. But Paula, you can maybe present yourself.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much I'm really honored to be here with you. I've been invited, because I've been doing some research in my field, which is global development studies at the University of Helsinki. And the term really looks terrible. The global development and so on. It's so colonial, the term. So we have this name, but we are, I would say that we, the group in the Helsinki University, is quite critical with the idea of development. So that's why, we really work on it. To fill it with meaning. that is, you know, to offer alternatives to this, you know, development discourse. So yeah, and I would do it, you know, by entering the debate on decoloniality, although I'm a little bit, you know, not feeling comfortable with this, because I think that also decoloniality is another term that has been appropriated by Western people. And so I was proposed to have it as a title, but I will really start a discussion about all the things that refer to that, and about our responsibility, and especially to support decolonial projects that have to be done by others, especially. So yeah, so this debate has really occurred all around the world as a new relaunch, which is different from what we knew as decolonization. So that happened during, especially that brought into independence. And oops. Yeah, so the idea of the decolonization and relates really to the persistent idea that the core of the world is Europe, or even if it's the United States, for instance, or the global North, it is, you know, related to the Western European philosophy, thinking, economy, and so on. So that's why sometimes we speak interchangeably of West, Europe, and so on, because Europe is, of course, the origin also of the idea of civilization. So I'm also using this term in a very critical manner, okay? So, this is because we have, through images, through a continuous propaganda, no? We have been thinking, we have romanticized the idea of the Western people as the best possible, no? Promoters of democracy, of equality, and technology, and progress, technology, and so on. And this has really allowed then the persistence of not only the hegemonic power over the rest, so the West over the rest, but also a certain coloniality of mind, of mentality that has been spread all around the world. So that a sort of acceptance, right, of a model that everyone has to follow. So, and these, of course, this affects us in various ways, even if we are living in the privileged North. It affects us because, of course, we are not only because, I mean, we, of course, if ethically we care about what happens in other areas which are less privileged, but also it affects us because this is also seen in our own North, that has many Souths, that has many groups that have not the same, you know, situation of equality and justice that that we have. So yeah, so and even in our societies here and in Europe, you know, and there is this difference between those that are belonging to the national identity and others that are seen maybe not sufficiently white. And by this, of course, I consider, I mean, and this is, of course, you know, very important in our multicultural societies that have, of course, many migrants, many people from also other descendants, but also people that have been here for centuries, like the Roma people, the Sami people, and so on. So all of them are part of minorities that are not considered as white enough. And yeah, and we know that, of course, these difficult relations are especially ignited by the right populist parties, but we know also that we are, how to say, we are somehow accepted that there is a division, and we are not fighting against that sufficiently. And we have, how to say, really incorporated and used a lot every day our very ideas of progress, development, technology, modernization, and so on. And that's why we hold this power both globally and locally. Here, I'm using also this, this image that relates to the problem of education, for instance. Maybe you know the Family Blood, the movie. And because it's also a problem, the fact that not only we don't, not everybody has the same rights, politically, economically, and so on, but also culturally. So that there are, the right to use their own languages and cultures are not respected. And there is a big debate now, even in Finland and in many countries. So, for instance, I'm originally from Italy, and there have been a really lot of struggles and also violent fights for the recognition of certain areas that wanted to have their language recognized as Latin or French or German and so on. So yeah, these are the problem of education is a problem that we really touch every day. And that's why also within the academy, for instance, we always ask ourselves also as teachers. Now the questions are, why is our classroom so wide? So why in our universities? Now again, Finland is also considered to be an equitable place, and but our classes are wide, and there are no. There are no students. There are students from other origins. And why even more the teachers? Why are the teachers white? And even more, why we only read European history? And why we only read European literature or European movements, arts, and so on. And even in science, books are written especially by white male scholars only. So that's why we can see that the world is really hegemonized by a small caste. And that's why, for instance, this has been represented by, the idea, to reverse the idea and to think of the need of provincializing Europe, meaning that instead of considering Europe as the core of the metropolitan, global culture, it should be at the same level as the others, not the center. And also it's fundamental to recognize other ways of existing, producing, consuming, or living, or thinking through alternatives that exist. And so that's why more and more there are also these, for instance, this movement that has been originated in India by Ashish Kotari. And so he has put together various alternatives to our own idea of development, for instance, right? So in a global tapestry, which means that everyone is a node and not depending. So, and this recognition really would be very important, would have important consequences, also in the respect and relation between North, South, and so on. But of course, changing this is not easy, because these it will take a very long way, because what exists now has been rooted in 500 of history, at least a bit more, of course, in which a certain civilization has been opposed to others. For instance, here this was in El Salvador, and we know what happened then, because there was extermination of indigenous peoples, but also especially their denial to speak and reproduce their cultures, and so besides the genocide, there has been the epistemicide, which means the denial of knowledge and cultures. And so this has disappeared, it doesn't exist. Okay, and the epistemic side means that there is the disappearance of many indigenous groups that continues even now, because there is a shame also to self-recognize as such. So they say, no, for instance, the work that I'm doing recently, and I will make mention later, is especially based on the knowledge that I have of the indigenous people, the Quechua people, especially Chua, in the Amazonia of Ecuador. And so it's incredible how many people that you would see. I mean, it's quite clear they are indigenous, but they tell that they don't belong to any indigenous group and they don't speak the language. There is this shame, and that's how many languages and many knowledges disappear. So yeah, so that's why this is a murder of civilizations. But these civilizations, especially the indigenous civilizations, are so much related to nature that the lack of the disappearance of these also cosmologies and philosophies of life that really give subjectivity to also non-humans and earth beings, make it such that we don't care, no, and we can really destroy forest and substitute it with other I don't know, whatever we want to put, plantations or industries or mining and so on. So that's why there is an eco side that nowadays we know finally that we are suffering for, you know, because the loss of biodiversity of forests that help trapping, that they act as carbon sinks. And this, of course, release the CO2 emissions, and then the climate change happens. So all these are very strongly related. So the lack of respect, and lack of recognition, lack of support of different civilizations have also these consequences. So, and these consequences haven't stopped with the decolonization. So, I mean, we have heard before me there was a presentation showing how, I mean, you were also saying how with the end of the colonization in Nigeria, I mean, already a lot was destroyed, but also the fact of you know, having imposed these structures of powers with the elites on power, with the bureaucracy to control the others, and with the infrastructures for instance, to channel water, to produce energy, and so on. This is all infrastructures of colonization that continues, and it's inherited again by elites. We also have talked about the diversity of nationalities that exist in the different countries that have been forced within the borders, so the state frontiers, but not all of them have the same right to be represented democratically, and so there has been you know, a persistence of exploitation of certain groups by others, by these castes. And so that's why we need to recognize certain scholars. I mean, this one is a massive, I mean, for the legacy, we have to pay to him Frantz Fanon. He's from the Martinique. He's really one of the fathers of the decolonization as a thought. And so he, I mean, you can see he's from Martinique. He was, of course, depending on the colonial power of France. And then, I mean, he studied as psychiatrist And he was sent to Algeria, and in this study he showed, he realized how much of the lack of well-being and the human desperation was caused not by personal individual problems, but by the condition of coloniality. Even when, of course, the country became independent. But anyway, he also helped the independence movement. But still, I mean, he wrote, for instance, the Wrecks of the Art of the World, or Black Skin, White Mask, showing that there are many people that have embedded so much the white colonial canon, that they persist, because this is the only way how, the world can be subdivided, controlled, ruled, and so on. So, yeah, there are examples of this kind all over the world. I don't know much about Asia, for instance, but also in the Asia Pacific, there are, other thoughts. For instance, throughout the colonial world, processes of urbanization, capitalist investment created professional classes that emerged as new westernized elites. Same thing I can see it in Ecuador, for instance, where there is really very clearly the power is in the hands of the white mestizo group. Of course, also within this white mestizo group, there are Boers, but anyway, there are no Afro-descendants or indigenous peoples, unless there are some token, a few that are selected that, of course, can demonstrate, okay, it's like, when you have all male groups and then they have the woman and then show, oh, you can see we have diversity, same thing. But of course, then, very often these people are not recognized. They have lost the attachment with their own community. But for the rest of the West, this is enough. This shows that there is diversity. And, but everything is continuing on this mentality. And this, so I've been speaking about mentality, but there is such a strong connection between politics, political economy, and culture, right? As Gramsci also told us, that the hegemonic powers are also cultural hegemonies, because, so the culture gives also, of course, the position that makes it natural for some to rule the others. Okay. So also, yeah, this is a Marxist theory, and a Wallerstein world system theory model shows how there is this continuation of the creation of underdevelopment. So that's why we cannot speak of development or developing or underdevelopment. These are inventions of the West. Inventions which are conceptual, of course, and related to this idea of progress as modernization, as capitalism. But it's a way how there is this unequal exchange between the core and the periphery, where the periphery provides with cheap labor and raw materials to the north, or however, the core, and the core responds with products of extremely high value. So that's why then the exchange is more and more diverging. And so that's why there is always more and more exit from the periphery of natural resources, of cheap labor, migrants, and you name it. Just to have a tiny, amount of produce that only the elites then can afford. So these inequalities are made, heavier. And, sorry? So we have yeah, so and the semi-periphery is sort of, you know, the core of the periphery and the periphery of the core. So yeah, we really need to have that theorization, and there is also the theorization from political ecology that studies environment, social relations, and landscapes as consequences of political economy. So, and the idea that we have normalized also how we have manipulated nature, how we, for instance, this is another study that I've done about land grabbing in Kenya. And this company that was established during the colonial time is still expanding so much that so this is the biggest sisal estate. Sisal is like the aloe plant that is used then to make also ropes and material for also brushes. But anyway, they sell it abroad, and it's a corporation. And it's, I mean, the domain is so vast that they have villages inside. They have a lot of you know, churches and other religious institutes. They have a mountain which is sacred, but everything has been just leveled, and you know, the natural environment has been destroyed because it needed to be just manipulated and domesticated to produce these products. So extracting nature, labor, and life. And then we have normalized also the idea, so that we have these types of environments. We have normalized the idea that we have also, that we can kill nature, we can sacrifice resources, and even people that are not complying with this model, with this project. No, and that's the root for violence that remains invisible to us. So we do not recognize our proximity and our responsibility into this violence. So this responsibility that comes especially with our consumptions and our request to produce and find more and more resources, oil, fossil fuels, especially, which do not only, you know, are not renewable, so we cannot continue, but also they have a massive environmental impact. There are continuous spillovers. This is again Ecuador. And so there are areas really where life is not made possible. I mean, also all the spillover goes into the water and to the subsoil. So it's really quite vast. So that's why we need, so we can see that we cannot continue with this model because this model is a self-destruction, but we need to look at others. So for instance, since I'm interested especially in forest, we have to recognize the contribution of indigenous peoples. So the indigenous peoples are silent, invisible, they are few. They are only 5% of the overall population, but they maintain and conserve 80% of the forest. So their contribution is massively important, and that's why I mean, their destruction is also our destruction. I mean, is terrible for us. But they are invisible, we don't hear of them, and there is a call, right? Like Spivak, from the subaltern studies, she was saying, can the subaltern speak? Can you hear us? And that's why what we need to do is really to look, if we want to speak in post-colonial and decolonial terms, what we need to do is really to also marginalize the role of states, marginalize the role of which are, as I said, continuation of the culture of the colonial structures, marginalized also of course the big corporations and the idea of extractivism, and support the social movements and the indigenous movements. So they have been quite vocal, but unfortunately they have really their states against them. Maybe you heard, I don't know if you're following the Amazonian issues and how many killings there have been. Also in Ecuador, for instance, there was the most big massive demonstration days ago. And the leader of CONAIE, which is the umbrella organization of all the indigenous nationalities. So he was arrested with no justification. He disappeared for days, then he showed up, but he was moved to another prison. I mean, these are ways how Ecuador, even that is considered to be a country that recognizes the rights of nature and so on. So that's why there is a lot of criminalization of these people. And the need of decolonizing, this is not a metaphor, but it means, so what it means is to restitute land, to restitute power, to restitute also the cultural heritage and the languages, and to support also their persistence. So that's why it's very important also that we support, for instance, the recognition of land pedagogy and indigenous pedagogy and other knowledges that we, we have cut away from our rational mind and our homogeneous type of schooling. So all this in order to form the next generations that at least know what happens in their territories, what happens in, because sometimes they accept, they don't even know what people are doing sometimes in their territories. Well, because of course they tell them, oh, we bring development, we are going to create a dam or to make a new oil station. But this is better for you because you have no jobs, we give you jobs. So you have no schools, we give you schools. You have no housing, we create new towns. And this is what they have done. So of course there are, it's difficult to say no. And it's while it's very important. I mean, there are really very too few indigenous groups that are cohesive, that they say no, they are able to say no, but this is also because they have a lot of support from outside, from international NGOs, like Amazon Watch or Action Aid. I mean, there are a few. And what they do is sometimes also to help them by supporting them financially, to provide even legal lawyers, because in Ecuador at least, there has been in this constitution this recognition of the right of nature. So what does it mean, the right of nature? Maybe you've heard of it. I mean, it started in Ecuador, then in Colombia, and also then it was taken in the constitution of New Zealand. It means that every earth being, which means every river or volcano or mountain and non-human beings, they are subjects of rights that have to be respected. And this has been, also this object of mockery, saying, so what happens? So do they have the fish, they go, the fish making the lawyer going to process and so on. So that was, so the idea is that, the right of nature has to be assimilated to the conventions, to the right for the children. So in the same way as also children cannot protect themselves and need guardians and need tutors. Nature has the indigenous peoples as tutors, as guardians. And this was recognized also by the one convention of the United Nations. It has been recognized by the Constitution of Ecuador, but still it's not done. And so there are continuous struggles, So, and that's why it's quite important to see these, groups not in isolation, but as also part of global social movements with global coalitions. One of those is, for instance, the ICAs, which is, you can also Google, it's the ICA means Indigenous Peoples and Community Concerned Areas. And they show how, and they also help each other in showing how, what practices they do and in which way they, instead of having national parks, managed by the states. So they propose, on the contrary, to have own structures of management, of governance of these territories. And then there has been, just to tell you a little bit more about the history of Ecuador in few minutes. So the importance of mobilizations, for instance, there has been this marcha historical march from the Amazon to Quito, to the capital. And in the end, they got this legalization of a really big part of territories. So 1.5 million hectares of the Amazonia forest, which means that, and also the recognition of the intercultural bilingual system. That means that their knowledges should be, and in their territories, if it's a Shuar territory, the language should be, Spanish, but also Shuar, and so on, and Quechua, and others. So this is how, for instance, in the Pastaza province, they had, their territories recognized. So we have the Quechua, the Andoa, the Shuar, and so on. There are 7 here, but look what happened instead. So this is what, despite that, in the 92, the government recognized this, and in spite of that, this is the other, I'm a geographer, that's why I love maps. So this is, on the contrary, the geography of the blocks. So the oil and mining blocks, which means that the territories have been differently subdivided and assigned, to different corporations. So there has been, all the concessions. And for instance, here, this is the territory of the Guarani, and the most recent struggles has been here for the block number 22, which is within the Yasuni Park. It's so that's why there is a lot of fight to continue, and a lot of fight has been continued also by women. So the decolonial feminism is very important, also because it is recognized, it is clear how much the lack of respect of nature, lack of respect of women go in the same way with the violence that goes in many ways. I go a little bit faster because my time is ending, but just so the territorial violence and physical, economic, and political is continuous. And this shows how much also the decolonial feminism wants to reverse a certain institutional racism. So, and that means also environmental racism. So that, they also need for them, when there are, for instance, this leaking and this destruction, enormous accidents, then people can live there because they have no value, and so they can live in polluted, toxic, unlivable spaces. So as I was telling you, the decolonial feminism has been really strong. For instance, in the last struggle in the Yasuni, the Waorani defense has been quite strong, and it has triumphed. So also with the help of various legal support, they went against, sued the government because, and this was not the first time, there was another one in 2010 with the Quechua people of Sarayaku. They also won, and they went to the Inter-American Court of Justice, but they won an internal process where showing that the government had not recognized the constitutional principle of the right of nature, which means that the guardians need to be informed, and so they have to express an informed consent. So they didn't, and they showed that they didn't. So, and at the forefront of the fight, so you had women. They were out of the court there, and they were saying, we don't want your maps of this of these blocks. So we have our territorial ancestral territory, which is not a patrol block. It's our life, and these are our words. What to say, oh my God, I don't know in English, our weapons anyway, it's our swords. So of course there are many struggles, many don't go well, and also I pay respect, for instance, to Kestan Weaver from that was murdered, and because of what has been happening with the oil corporations in the Niger Delta, and so he had a death penalty, and really, I mean, the thing continues, and it would be great also to know more also about what happens nowadays. But also our technological modernization and our problems, they always have then impacts on what happens on local territories. So for instance, all the mining of cobalt, nickel, and other minerals in Congo, in Niger, in many places, where they use also the cheap labor of children, they destroy the territory and they create pollution and impossibility of life. Or now with the Ukraine-Russia crisis, that there is this rush to find gas and alternative places. So now there has been, the EU has just signed a protocol with Egypt and with Israel to have gas. And so Israel now has, planned a new area, also offshore, of pumping gas with all the infrastructural, for the transfer that goes through territories of, Palestinian occupied territories, and also to Jordan. So there are, we really need to, also we have, for instance, there has been debates about also the Finnish corporations that, have done agreements with the Bolsonaro government to have also wood for pulp and paper industry of Finland, and there are so many consumptions that we want to, increase, and we don't even know how this can happen. And so what we can do, this is to finish really to know the consequences, to be aware of the consequences of capitalism, expansion, technological consumerism, or to ask for more research and more presence of these debates of medias, find ways, of course, to overcome fossil fuel economy, monitor the corporations' operations, because they have they have public their social corporate responsibility reports, but yeah, they of course they do it, and it's there, but unquestioned. And to support the struggles of minorities politically and financially, and recognize their rights and their knowledge, which is fundamental for us since we have lost the knowledge of our world. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. I think that we have no time for more questions in this moment. So basically, we must continue because our timetable is very fast in this moment. So I must ask here. Maybe in the end we have some time. Maybe. Take a couple of minutes technical break. Very good. Present yourself. I should sit over here and just move it. Yeah, I can sit. Yeah, some side.
First of all, I want to apologize. I came today. I'm supposed to now. I always lose my way. My name is Humphrey. I'm an architect from Tanzania, and if I can say something a little bit of I just like your concept about shame, but I think I feel shame just is all over the place, especially with African architects. So shame of our own architecture. I decided to give a talk on prison as a talk, because in my field, we do not celebrate prisons. We design everything else except for prisons. Nobody really talks about prisons. And I think that in the project of imperialism, I think played an absolutely massive role. And it continues to play absolutely massive role until now. We'll start with the definitions, like edustaja, setting on controlling land that we not possess, and then on to new imperialism, which exists right now in Africa. With the idea of of prison. It's something that we believe was in by the colonialists. In Africa, prior to the coming of the colonialists, they had their own system of punishment. And even though people were sort of enclosed, but our system of punishment just depended on compensation. That you sort of, if someone has done wrong, he's supposed to compensate the person that has done wrong. But the idea of punishment as it existed in the West was not there. Yeah. Like I said, I'm from Tanzania, and this is Zanzibar. One of the areas where enclosure played a big role was in the slave trade. And this is one of the caves in Zanzibar, the cells where the slaves from the mainland were taken and were kept over here just waiting to be sold. The prison as sort of defined or developed by the colonialists in Africa was basically a system of punishment, of discipline, and of proving that the black people are inferior to the white people. And that is carried on and on and on to now. So I'm trying to rush. In the colonial time, I think all of us know about the Golden United, where the political, that's Mandela's cell, and this is the area where prisoners used to work. They used to break stones, and Mandela worked there for over 20 years. It's very hard work. And the fact was, they tried, prisons in general were areas where they tried to break the spirits of those people that they considered to be dissidents. No, not dissidents, I mean like people who were stubborn, who were fighting for freedom, who were outspoken and all. So they were put into prison so that their humanity was sort of denied. And Mandela was put in there, he was lying on the floor, and he was put over there in the sun to work on back-breaking work. And the same is true of Kenya. It seems like almost all the African leaders had to go through prison. Prison was sort of a university. And in Kenya, there's Jomo Kenyatta in the Kapenguria 6. Jomo Kenyatta right here, and this is him, who later became the first president of Kenya. And his son is right now the president of Kenya. So prison was used to sort of control the aspirations of the local Africans. But the other thing that I've forgotten to mention is that the space of the prison itself was such a way that it was sort of dehumanizing. I mean, the condition, the quality of the services, the food, the diet, the clothes, all of them were to sort of prove that, inform the people that they were less than anybody else. If you look at the uniforms, the prison uniforms, they were dressed like kids, like little boys with little shorts, with no buttons. And the cells themselves did not have the basic requirements. They had holes for WC, and you share the same space, and people defecated in the presence of others. So in a way, the prison was meant to just kill the spirit of the liberation fighters. Now, after we got independence, one of the thought that the first thing that we would have done was gotten rid of the prison. or the system of prison, the way it was. But unfortunately, the governments that took over, that continued the same mode of operation, the same mode of suppression that existed, and the system and the prison system as it was in the colonial period had continued until in many countries almost until now. Like right now, across the continent, the most likely candidates for prisoners today are the real or imaginary political opponents of established regimes. One easy way or sure way to go to prison in many countries in Africa is to voice a different opinion as compared to the ruling regime. And so the same system of oppression, the same system of marginalization that took place during the colonial era is sort of being replicated right now in many countries of Africa. Even the uniforms, even the lack of service is still being perpetuated. One example is this one, Patrice Lumumba. Patrice Lumumba was the first prime minister of the Congo, now the DRC. When the Congo got independence in June 1960, he gave a speech in front of the Belgian king, I think it was King Baudouin, and in less than 6 months, less than 7 months, he was dead. The Belgian government, the CIA had perpetrated sort of a coup against him, and there he is. He was in prison, and then they went and killed him in the bushes. He and two of his friends, and his body was dismembered and boiled and put in liquefied acid, and 2 teeth were taken as a souvenir by one of the Belgian prison officers who were done the killing. So the same thing, and the ones who did this were was basically the one who killed Patrice Lumumba was a guy called what was his name? He's from the Katanga area, which is very, very rich. Yeah, Shombe was the one who was against it. And then, of course, Mobutu came into place and all that. Yeah. And this is the situation in South Africa now, in post-war prison in South Africa, where Mandela was in prison, I think, in the later part of his imprisonment. And this is a situation that is very, very common across many prisons in Africa. The conditions are quite awful, and like I said, they're overcrowded. The sanitary facilities are almost non-existent, and the uniforms and the way of sleeping is just absolutely dehumanizing. And this is from Zambia. The guy on the left there is the first president of Zambia, who immediately after he lost the elections, his successor, Mr. Chiluba, promptly threw him into prison and told him that he was not really a Zambian until people came. I think Myriam was one of them, complained about it, that you can do this when you come there, was at the forefront in the liberation struggle for the African countries. And he was released and was put under house arrest. And to the right is the current president of Zanzibar, of Zambia. I think his name is Yechem Mele, who also was imprisoned by his predecessor. And now he is the president of Zambia. So the prison has always still been used in the same way as it used to be used in the colonial time, to punish dissidents, We all know about what's happening in region right now with regard with the repatriation of refugees to Rwanda. And there you have the Minister of Home Affairs of Britain, Priti Patel, and the guy shaking hands over this great deal of sending the unwanted to Rwanda and into this kind of what is called a hotel. This is where they're going to be kept. And in my mind, I just think it's just the same old story. Sending the things that Europe does not desire to the waste. I think we have a problem with what do these contaminated waste or something. That they normally ship them down to Africa, and now they're paying Rwanda a sizable sum of money to keep these people who are, some of them are not even from Africa, from Iraq and other countries. They're going to be sent to Africa, to Rwanda, and kept over there until they decide that they want to take them back. And the irony is, I think also Denmark is also looking for doing almost the same kind of thing, the same kind of exercise. In my humble opinion, I think it's just a continuation of the new imperialistic, I don't know how to run, new imperialistic concept that Africa is sort of the dumping ground of whatever is undesired. Yeah. I'm sorry, I rushed. I wanted to make up go over the time.
It's good. We have time to a couple of questions. Okay, now we are basically having a neo-colonialist prison system or prison colonies.
Okay.
So, a couple of questions, maybe.
Yes, thank you. Interesting presentation. It's of course sad to see that there are some structures inherited from the colonial time, but of course here we should also see some maybe trajectory of that we of course maybe couldn't expect that all countries would have totally abolished the prison system right after independence, and things develop in a kind of not so straight way. Often some setbacks can come. Of course, if we look in the long terms, I think still it isn't as bad as maybe if we look how the Belgian authorities treated Congolese people. If we look now, you know, it's that kind of savagery is not accepted in the area, even though there are terrible conflicts still going on, but that kind of open savagery is not accepted. So even with all these setbacks, we still can see kind of development going, and maybe this ties into the previous presentation that I think, objectively speaking, there is development in history, even though it's sometimes difficult to see.
Joo, sellainen pienen huomio vaan, mikä itselle tuli tästä. Niin, small thought what I have when I look at your preparation and photo to South African prisoner. There are a lot of people in a cell and only one toilet. It reminds me, yesterday I saw in toilet in people in Hong Kong live in cages today, and they are free. Yeah, and so this is how things go around this world nowadays. And they say it goes better.
And maybe if you want to answer.
Just a fast comment. Yeah. I agree. I agree with what you're saying, that it would be illogical to expect the African governments to get rid of the prison system when it became independent. But one would have thought that there would be some improvements to it. And in my opinion, one of the mistakes that we make, that the people in the West make, is not sometimes make excuses for Africa. Most African countries have been independent for more than 60 years. Now, that kind of situation in the prison system, that kind of situation of savagery, and in the prison they are savage, should not be tolerated. Just because they're African and then you're saying that, okay, in the 60 years, there's a slight improvement in the lot. What I'm saying is that it's a sign of respect for a person to tell them the truth, that this is not tolerated. And I feel that many African countries can get away with this situation because the white world is scared. They're scared of pointing out that this is not fair. Should do something about this and everything. So we tend to focus on the nice things, the schools, the order system, those kind of things. But these prisons, these are the places where I think a country's decency should be measured. And there's just no excuse for it. 60 years is a long time. And I think it's high time that, and it's not only Africa, in many parts of the world, in Asia, in Latin America, the same situation continues.
In the United States.
In the United States also. So I think that we should have a standard. We should tell everybody that no, this is not acceptable. And to the issue about Hong Kong and the cages, I think those have been pulled down, if I'm not mistaken. Hong Kong or something. Kowloon, I think many of them have been pulled down, and they built some parks in the state. So nobody still lives in cages in Hong Kong at the moment. But
there's no bars, but they don't have space for everybody. They are sleeping in boxes.
Yeah. They say share apartments and put on caves there. Very much people same apartment.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, like, if one toilet serves about 1,000 people or something, and the conditions over there, I think something needs to be done. But again, I think we should just address every situation as it arises. So I don't have any major response to that. But in a prison, I think to have a hole in the ground with a bucket for people to sort of think that's inhumane.
Thank you very much. And now we have two more presentations. The next one is here. We are trying to get this fast, so we have some time.
It's actually not that long, so you guys are lucky with that one.
Nauttikaa teknisestä kohtaa. alustusta.
Okay. Mä en tiedä, mitä mä oon screenillä.
Nyt alkaa videolle.
Joo.
Voit tulla jos tämä juttu tekee tuolla.
Okei, joo.
Sivussa.
Kun sä painat slideshow. Siinä slideshow. Siinä videossa. Vielä vähän oikein. Siinä ylhäällä. Joo, se. Sitten se. Okay, so hello, my name is Baida, and today I'll be speaking about the political control of the West Indies. I find it that usually a lot of people don't know a lot about the Caribbean, and it's not really a place that is spoken about that much, especially in Finland where we live right now. So basically, I'll just be opening a little bit about the history of imperialism where I come from, which is Jamaica. Okay, so I'll just open simple and basic. What is the meaning of imperialism? So as we all know, imperialism is a policy of extending a country's power and influence, and through colonization, and normally with the use of military forces or any other means possible to gain full control of another nation. And that the agenda with imperialism is to extend another nation's wealth, value, and power by crushing another's and taking over the nation's political and economical life. So when we get deeper into what the meaning of imperialism is, it's basically just a cruel way to create an empire to increase and impose dominance. Basically, there's been a lot of imperialistic effects on the Caribbean, in the Caribbean, and which I myself can also say I feel running through my veins as well as a Jamaican woman living today. So let's get more into the historical background of what imperialism has, how imperialism has had its effects on Jamaica. Here I put a photo of England with the octopus arms grasping on all the nations, and Jamaica is one of them as well. And you can see Egypt, India, Canada, and so on. So in 1655, the British took over Jamaica from the Spaniards to basically continue the colonization that the Spanish had already started. And by using imperialistic tactics, had completely colonized and taken over the whole of Jamaica just within 5 years. They used slavery as a tool in Britain's war for trade and to gain economic prosperity in Jamaica. Their tactics were very oppressive,
And you could almost say it explores nationalism and privilege that encourage the division of gender, class, race, and as I mentioned before, sexuality as well, to establish and legitimize the British authority over Jamaica. Land and riches were taken away by producing mass productions of sugarcane on the land, and a lot of economical profit was also gained by these sugarcane plantations. Then we can get more into, well, basically, so in conclusion, for everyone to understand what this violence meant for Jamaica and its future, the British colonialism was a powerful psychological way and tool that was created by the British to, well, economically and politically break down the people of Jamaica to take the full control that they wanted. And political elites, the British political elites, were very aware that by sustaining their power into Jamaica and taking control, that they were creating a fragmented nation, a fragmented bodies and minds in Jamaica. And they knew what this also meant for the future of Jamaica. I just have this so I don't forget what I'm talking about. So basically, now we talk more about the effects what it had on the little island that it is. So throughout the British imperialism, there was many effects on the little island. And there was introduction to European diseases, there was violence, there was violent confrontations, impact on the general population's mentality, enslavement, crown sanctioned and forced labor, and worst of all, the destruction of the traditional cultural patterns of the country and the indigenous cultural patterns that they brought when they were brought from Africa. The presence of the British led to rapid demographic and cultural decline, which means that it had a huge effect on the culture. So the culture was visibly declining. You could see the difference and the impact that the African culture was slowly slipping away, you could say, by force. And that the people of the island of Jamaica, well, this is my view of it, that basically after all the imperialism, colonization, and the impact and the effect on the culture and the people and the land, well, those are things you can never really fully get back. So till this day, we still don't have everything around. During the 18th century, like 1800s, there was a lot of rebellions by the people of Jamaica. So this is a photo from one of those rebellions, it's the Moran Bay Rebellion in 1865, led by Paul Bogle. So this is the people fighting back. And then after that, we gained independence later on after various and many different rebellions. We gained independence on August 6, 1962, after a long battle. And even though the people of the island fought off what they could, there's still effects that can be seen till this day. For example, our language. So the official language of Jamaica is English, second language Spanish. And well, the local people, we do speak a language amongst each other. We call it Patois. So it has some indigenous African words from the indigenous African languages that we spoke when we came. But we were forced to speak the languages of our masters. Of course, because of rebellion, we refused. So we made a language of our own where it's mixed with English, Spanish, and the indigenous African languages. So for example, we still have words that are still from Africa. Of course, we don't know everything, but I've done some research, found out that I have a Gambian friend, and in their language, in Wolof, they say nyam, which means to eat. And we say the same words. So you connect the dots, you see, oh, okay, that's from from way back, and then, you know, but mostly it's more like a pidgin English that we speak today. And then with the culture, well, with our culture, well, of course, we know that we're African descendants, but we don't have every aspect of our culture still today, but we do have in our music, in the food that we make, but of course, still we know that we are westernized because we have been ruled over. So, and then with the religion, obviously when we came, we had indigenous African religions. We had something that we call Obia. We had stuff like that, but nowadays, mostly the whole of Jamaica is of Christian religion, so we know that also dies from the effects of imperialism and colonization. So that's the end of my presentation, and thank you for listening.
Questions?
Yeah, they have.
Questions? Something? I'm tired. It has been a heavy program. One more speaker here. Maybe he speaks, and afterwards we have a couple of minutes to talk.
Yes, sure. I want to do it very fast so that we don't stay any longer.
Yes.
I also admit that mistake is mine because I came in late, but nevertheless, I'm going to make another. Thank you.
Okay.
Yep. Bye.
So, like this. This one.
Yeah. So then, yeah. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for staying longer. I believe that towards the end, it gets even better. Well, my name is David Okello, as you can see. I'm from Kenya. I'm not going to take so much of the time because I carefully chose the topic of my discussion today to be what we call the African dilemma. The reason being that all the speakers that have come before me and the presenters are talking the same language. But in my opinion, what is there today, for example, in the African community, which by extension is the African continent, and other parts of the Asian continent and South America, is what we call the dilemma. Why do I refer to it as a dilemma? All these countries are seeking, they're looking for a way to exit the imperialistic effects and the imperialistic lifestyle and the imperialistic culture that had been planted in them 60, 40, 30, 70 years ago. So my discussion today is not about the history. It's about what we have today in this present day and hour. For example, I'm going to bring Kenya to buttress what I'm talking about, what I want to discuss here, or simply to demonstrate that it is a dilemma. And when I talk about this, I will get back to probably when Kenya got independence in the year 1962. Then power was handed to the founding father of the nation called Mzee Jomo Kenyatta. And now that the British exited, in a way, Some people still want to think that they're around, but in my opinion, they're not. Kenyans are now there to rule themselves. But we have now decided to be the imperialists ourselves. Why do I say so? Because when the founding president left, he left when he had annexed almost over 500,000 acres of land from this country. And many people from the coastal part of Kenya, that is the part that is bordering the Indian Ocean and Mombasa, those who may be familiar with Kenya, today they are squatters in Kenya. They don't have so much land because that land belongs to the first family and the founding family of the country. As it may be, after he was living, so he looked around and then again picked up somebody else whom he thought was going to protect his dynasty. And then to me, that is the modern day imperialism. It is the modern day colonization that now still exists within the African community. And what does it mean? It means that it's a pandemonium. It's pandemonium. It is a strange thing that we are struggling to see how to end, but we can't. So again, the successive leaders who have come in have followed in the same footsteps. They have either connived to take large tracts of land and left many Kenyans landless, or they have established companies that are almost dominating almost everything. If you move to every sector, as a matter of fact, as we speak today, the current president of Kenya is the son of the first founding president. And he controls basically almost all the sectors of the economy. You can find his hand and foot almost in every industry, in every factory, in every company. So what we're talking about now here is that, how do we get out of this? I think it is not going to be fair at this present hour and day to continue probably discussing this in a way that wants to blame either the West or the Europeans. Because yes, you colonized us, or the British colonized Kenya, for example, in this case, but they handed over power. And I have never seen them coming back now to dictate to us what we need to do. But rather, we have decided now to run back to them. Of course, somebody would argue that now we don't have resources. Then all the resources went to the Europeans. But it is also a subject of discussion another day. But in my own opinion, I think, for example, in the case of Kenya, we've got all that it takes to shape the destiny of that country. And I think we've got all that it takes now to sit down and say that, yes, it happened. We cannot continue mourning and complaining forever. Kindly move me to the next step. I'm just going to, because this is very brief, but this is just a brief background. I don't have so many slides. I don't want to be boring. This is just to tell you that during the occupation by the British in Kenya, Kenyans were fighting back to gain their independence and freedom. And this is called Mau movement. It was happening the year between 1920, running all the way up to 1960, thereabouts. And after Kenya achieved its independence, then the same fighting group now became an enemy of themselves. So now they're fighting for power, fighting for resources, and fighting for dominance. And again, that is now again how the issue of the first founding president allocating himself 3 tracts of land came up, because now again, he was now trying to find a way of controlling his comrades or his colleagues. So that is briefly, this is just to demonstrate to you that we also had, we also had to fight back, but that was then. So kindly move me to the next step. Now, I think if you ask me, in the present hour and day, imperialism only resides in a bit of these things, that either it is for economic interest, that some countries want to invest. But again, because sometimes we are a divided house, they come and they find that rules can be bent to favor them. So they will invest at the expense of the locals and gain that economic power over the locals and then continue to control them, because we all know that nowadays the physical war shifted to the economic war, and now whoever dictates how much loan they can give. For example, the Chinese have now taken over Africa, most parts of Africa, because they have come with a loaning system that is appealing, but also killing at the very end. So again, if you look at, this is about politics and power. Yes, we know that as a matter of fact, human beings like people who are loyal to them. And whoever has power has a way of controlling others, and has a way of controlling resources, and has a way of controlling the way people do things. And therefore, it is not abnormal that some of these stable, huge countries always want to see that sometimes that the people that they prefer are in power. But again, I think, for example, in the case of Kenya today, we are facing a general election in the next 2 months, and the competition is very stiff. I've seen the top contenders running to UK and to the US to claim themselves, to show how good they are, to sell their policies. And to me, this is also, this also speaks to the fact that imperialism now has now turned tables. It now comes from our end to Europe. It comes from our end to the Western countries, because I wonder why they cannot just sell their policies to the common man down in the country, who actually will either benefit or lose, depending on their policies. But this is happening because the UN affiliated bodies, the World Bank, the IMF, you call them, they have these economic ultimatums and sanctions, which make sure that in one way or the other, you would have to come and embrace yourself. So in a way, it continues. Social and cultural influence, of course. You meet 20 young people today in Kenya and you ask them, how is life in the village? They will tell you it is boring. We want to be in the city where we can dress like the Europeans and the Americans. And then you wonder, okay, now, what is now happening to our own cultural dressings? What is now going to happen to our own way of speaking and doing things? And so a lot is changing. But again, it is a fact that we have to accept that I think this is about globalization. We cannot stop it. We just have to struggle to find our space and see how to fit into that. You look at, and that's why this is a very open question at the very end, that who should then take the blame? I think nobody should actually take the blame. The blame is as good as what are you doing with yourself? And so I think that, for example, my country, if they decide to fail the development of the country, the peace of the country, the stability, then they have to take the blame. We don't need to shift the blame to anybody else. And move to the next one. And here I put Kenyan independence with a question mark again, because we have somehow political independence with economic domination still continuing. And most of the large industries in Kenya, factories and companies that employ millions of people, they are not, very few of them can be counted to be owned entirely or 50% by Kenyans. They either belong to the Indians or the Chinese or the Europeans or the Americans. And so whoever pays the piper plays the tune. So since we don't have that economic power and we're not sitting on that economic seat, therefore we can say that somebody somewhere still has a way of continuing the imperialistic attitude and practices within our society. But again, now we have taken it up by ourselves and we are practicing it ourselves. And I will end my presentation at that. It was that simple, that brief, because I felt that this is not something new. We all know what it means, and what we needed to do here is just to highlight a few things and discuss the rest. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you. They were very good talks about neocolonialist control and systems. But now we have time to have one last question. Yes.
Hello, my name is Edward. Thank you for the presentation. My question is, can you say what is the sense? I like that some people from Kenya, they wear bracelets with flag of the country, and it's very good. It's inspiring me to do the same. So what is the sense of this? Is it so that, is it like by mistake, I saw that people from Kenya, they wear in the hand bracelet with the flag of the country, or it's really like that, they do it massively? Yes.
Well, thank you. That's very interesting. I think there may be 3 or 4 ways of responding to your question. One, that bracelet bears the colors of our country's flag. So to some people, it is a true show of patriotism, loyalty to the country and love for the country. And to some people, it is just a matter of fashion, because our head of state also puts it. So we can put it and show around. And one thing I've also realized is that once Kenyans have traveled abroad elsewhere, which is not home, then they start cherishing Kenyan things more than they would cherish when they're at home. So yes.
So, more questions? Or are everybody just waiting to get it? Luca, you got trust.
I think it's important to see that something what happens before name of imperialism and colonialism happens now using money and legalized system and universal institutions, and oppression is the same. It's only hiding in the system and it is legalized. So it's I don't think Kenyan people can choose freely because all depends about money and invest. And who have money, he can control the world. And he usually have also influence in universal institutions and like you said, where there are World Trade Organization and EMF and UNICEF and United Nations and things like that.
Thank you. It was very interesting. And I think you are right that sometimes we forget the responsibility of African peoples themselves in each country. That, of course, how they arrange the political system. Like you said, that of course, who's to blame is not so simple question. But of course, at the same time, we do have to recognize the neo-colonial development, and Finland certainly is kind of on the top countries that we gain a lot of goods and surplus from African countries and Asian countries and South American countries. So certainly, I think if it's primarily the responsibility of the Kenyan people to rearrange your political system, I think also the Finnish people should assist Kenyan people in that we have that responsibility to, and so it's a complicated thing, but like very important Mao Zedong said that the internal contradictions of anything is always the most determining factor. So the people in each country, of course, will be the ultimate decider of the fate of that country. And while the Finnish people should assist Kenyan people, of course, we should remember that we have to, the Finnish working class should keep our own government out of the power to establish a different political system.
Coming from Tanzania, I think I have a different take from what you just said. It might sound a little bit contradictory from my sense when I get my presentation. When Kenya got independence, it went a capitalistic way. They became capitalists, full-blown capitalists, and everybody just went out for grabs. Tanzania, on the other hand, went the socialist. We were socialists, and we paid a heavy price for it. Our first president was keen about making sure that everybody sort of benefited from the spoils of the land. He invested a lot of the education of the common man, the free education and things like that. But then, when Idi Amin attacked us, and then our economy sort of wobbled, we were told in no certain terms, like you have to liberalize your economy. So there was no way we could survive on the same roots of socialism, whereby everybody took care of everybody else without the help of the West. And this was the total West. I mean, the World Bank, the IMF, the Nordic countries, everybody told the Tanzanians, like, you have to sort out your economy and open up your economy to business and denationalize your property. And so we do not have the same kind of issue that you had in Kenya. But in Kenya, you were everybody's blue-eyed boy. Everybody laughed because it was people who come, people who invest and everything, and there's a system that you're chosen. But what I'm trying to say is that it is a little bit disingenuous to say to put all the responsibility on the Africans for the mess that we have. In some countries, when they got independence, I think it was the French, I think it was Togo, the French removed even the vowels. In Tanzania, when we got independence, there were only about 3 engineers in the whole country. So we come from a very, very low level, and I think it should be given credit for that. But the thing is, we are all responsible, but we cannot make it without support or without understanding from the rest of the world. And expecting Africans or Kenyans or Tanzanians by themselves to sort of their mess, it won't happen.
Always wanting the loans to be paid as interest.
Yeah, loan to pay with
Yeah, I think this takes us like full circle again to, you know, like what I did say earlier, you know, the point you made about the internal, you know, like when you talked about the fact that the African leaders themselves, you know, started being imperialistic towards the fellow African. Of course, that's the way it looks like, but then there is always these unseen hands, you know, pulling the strings, you know, from outside. Just like what I said earlier, there are always those that are willing to be used And when any African leader becomes very focused to make the changes, he will never last. Just look back to history. In so many countries, even without mentioning facts, we know exactly what happens to such leaders. Okay, let's take for instance the case of Burkina Faso. See how they dealt with that guy. Down the line, all the way from the movement down the line. If you try it, they will surely use somebody to get it out of the way. This is exactly how it works. And then it so happens that most intra-African politics is not the type where people trust each other or can work together. This is where we would not be able to have good economy. For instance, we talk about Francophone, we talk about Anglophone, like in West Africa, they can work together. If you have to travel out, you can't even fly from Lagos to Dakar, you even have to fly out to Spain or to Paris before you get back to Dakar. These are the kind of things that really makes this whole thing very, very sad and difficult to understand. Because there are hands that have messed up this thing. I'm not trying to say that the Africans themselves are not okay. But the point is that it almost seems impossible for this thing to work out. And that's why I explained a kind of thought that this whole thing is kind of I'm kind of pessimistic about any possibility of any positive changes coming from this, unless some miracle happens.
Oh yes, I want to respond just very briefly to. Yes, I really value your comments and thoughts on this. But again, remember, the discussion was that some of the African countries gained their independence 60, 70 years ago. And as much as we want to believe that there's some unseen hands still pulling strings, yes, we know they are. Even Finland is not free of that. They're also in one way or the other controlled by the bigger states.
No,
but what we have to say is that it is now time for the African nation, the African continent, to stand on its feet. And so that we don't get this an excuse for even the simplest things that we can harm. That is my take. And for example, Tanzania, where my brother Humphreys comes from, he says that it was almost impossible that they could survive alone. While I want to disagree, because in the recent times, we had President John Pombe Magufuli, who actually elevated the Tanzanian infrastructure to very good levels. And I think if it is not for the media hype, maybe I may be wrong or not, but if I followed him properly, he was the first African president to decline the Chinese loan. And he said, we can do it with the Tanzanians' taxpayers. Again, when the COVID pandemic came in, he said, no, before we accept masks from elsewhere, let us try our own, made from home. I mean, such leaders are there. They need courage. They need to be applauded, because I think even the countries that we want to cherish, that we still want to call colonial masters, they started from somewhere. Finland was colonized by Sweden. Yep. Russia is also here. Yep. That in one way or the other, you have to find a space and say, this is what is finished and this is what is not finished. So thank you very much for your observations. That was my wrapping up, just to add on to what my brothers have contributed. Thank you. Thank you for the good discussion.
Yes, I have a comment, not necessarily to this presentation, but also listening to other questions or remarks. I think that really we should somehow decentralize the role of the states, and we should think that the power of the big corporations is so strong that impacts our democracies, and democracies everywhere, in Europe, in Africa, in Latin America, and so on. And the fact is that many, even socialist, new socialist representatives of the governments, they are really held by the interest of big corporations, oil, and so on. And even when they want to, for instance, use the taxation for a better distribution of services, for improving health, for improving schooling and so on, from where do they take the money? They have to take it from extractivism. So this extractivism goes against a part of the people. So maybe in general there is a better distribution, but there are those that suffer. And those that suffer are at the bottom of the social scale. The example that I've done was about indigenous people or Afro-descendants in Latin America. But so that's why it's impossible to say, okay, why don't you vote? I mean, when you have the leaders, the elites that represent only parts of the ethnicity, of ethnical diversity or the economic interest, and when they have to be loyal, especially to certain lobbies. I mean, this is the problem that we have seen even in the United States, where, you know, the lobbies are those that decide then not only the person, but also the politics of the person. So that gets the votes. So that's why, I mean, I have a little bit, you know, this, also this recognition that also comes from theorists like Wallerstein, this world system theory. So the difference between the dependency theory and the system theory, the world system theory, is that the dependency was thinking more at the level of states and governments, while the world system theory is thinking more about the role of corporations and their direct responsibility of extractivism and pulling up cheap labor and, you know, and making just the interest of a few. So that's why I'm very not very pessimistic about the real democracy that we're living in.
As a member of the Communist Party, I would say that there is no democracy under the capitalist economic system. But now, if somebody has something very clever or not even very clever to say, then he or she can say it. But otherwise, I must notice that after that, there is a break. And in 6 o'clock, there starts a second part of this evening. So there will be both musical presentation and drama. So basically now going to the canteen and eat and drink and so on, so you can watch the drama and the musical cultural show. Thank you.
Missä se nyt on se?
Tässä. Me siirrytään tästä kantaspuolesta. Avataan tuo. Joo, kyllä.
Okay. Nyt kamerakin pysyy samalla kohdalla.
Näytelmä ja musiikistus. Kyllä se kertoo musiikista.
Mä vaan sanon, mä valittelen, että se menee pitkään, sitten otetaan, että se tulee hakemaan, lähettämään se aikaa.
Se on aika oikein. 18 alkaa. Joo, mutta nyt on se, täällä on joku vaikka synkronissa ihmistä.
Ja siinä varmaan tulee sen
Ei se sun siitä ole.
Yeah, because it takes more or less 1 hour. I don't know, 5 minutes. Yeah.
You want to check the beginning?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I don't know. Yeah, we need to take a selfie of us. So, I don't know when else.
Yeah. I will say to you. Yes. Yeah. I think you would really enjoy it.
I know. Yeah. Yeah.
So.
From Venice. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. And after yeah, now I'm afraid to go back. So it's another.
Morning. Okay, friends and visitors. The evening show is beginning. Behold.
We are a nation and a peculiar nation. A nation that is set on a hill. We just cannot hide. You must have seen many of us, young and old and young, all over the land. We wander from place to place, countries to countries, leaving behind our young ones. Though strong, yet we are the weakest of every nation. Hunted and discriminated, molested and abused, who would deliver us from the clutches of this world. If their forefathers had not disturbed our peaceful life, who must have known no other word. While viruses and capital move freely from one part to the world to the other, we are denied access to our destination. The rich countries of the world are extremely angry because we share their resources. Sometimes the question is very common. Do you like staying here? Yes, we do. So when are you going back? This question usually comes up from time to time. It is sometimes very hard to respond. We are as foreign here, just as they are foreign there.
You see, my generals, I have traveled widely and fully aware of the very rich part of this world with the abundance of their natural resources that are needed to build my empire. I must say they have a well-organized structure in place. Because of the richness of the abundance of their natural resources, there are no single person who is a beggar or thief. Besides their wealth, their native values provide them with a strong sense of belongings. In order to get this massive wealth under our possession, we must to break down the strong and unique backbone of their structure, including their culture and spiritual heritages, and replace it with ours. For if they start to think differently and understand that everything that is from us is better and greater than theirs, they will lose their self-esteem. In this way, their native cultures will be weakened, and they will become what we want, a truly dominant nation for them to be. Now, this is the assignment. Get yourself ready for the conquest, to go out there and take the possession of everything that you can find, including gold, diamond, timber, that are needed to build my empire.
But my lord, what about those whose life is dependent on the natural resources?
Now listen, all the natural resources are mine. Even the air they breathe is mine.
My lord, what if we face some resistance?
Resistance? Crush any resistance, from the youth to the elderly, both female and male. What matter are my resources. Now go and take complete control.
Yes, my lord.
Yes, report them. Those two you should report. Yes, report them. I have secured the borders. Okay, I have secured the borders. Yeah, everything is good. Support the rest as well. Yes. Okay, the borders are secured. Excellent.
Good day.
Good day.
these are the files of the two immigrants to the border. They are seeking their reason for seeking asylum. Their explanation are not strong enough, so we need a declaration for the deportation.
May I see the files, please? Excellent. So I see you caught one hiding in the ship and another at the border.
Yes, ma'am.
And what I see here, they have excellent grades.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, are you sure they have these grades?
Yes, they are.
Well, from what I can see here and understand on the files, they're just young people in search for a better life, maybe pushed out of their country because of bad circumstances, bad governance, and war. But I don't think that they're criminals. I suggest that we take them into a gradual integration process. Maybe we let them learn our local language, then they can be added value into our system. So I say deportation or removal. Hello? Yes. Yes. No, I told him you should not deport them. I told him you should let them stay.
وين الهوى يما ويني ضرب الفناجر ولا حكم بالبيت يما وين الهوى يما ويني ضرب الفناجر ولا حكم بالبيت يما بعيوني خبيني يما رجع البيت بعيونك خبيني ويعيش عايشة فلسطينية شو بينا يا حبيبي شو بينا انتو كنا طلعوا عنا وافترقنا شو بينا شو بينا شو بينا Hey, thank you. What's your name? What grade are you? Nice. And what do you want to be in future? A major boy. Nice. Thank you for appreciating actually. But I can see it like you're going to school, right? So you better hurry up before you're late, right? Absolutely. Wow. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Be good in school, all right? Bye-bye. نسمع الهوى من مفرق الوادي يا هوى دخل الهوى خدني عليك
When you get over, wonderful face. When you get over, yeah, when you get over, wonderful face.
Yaweni Beluna, Yaweni Beluna, Onibokwe, Yaweni Beluna, Yaweni Beluna.
I just singing it from far away, and I actually was amazed by the song, even though I understand nothing. My name is Amira.
Hi, Amira. My name is Amanda.
May I sit with you?
Please.
Thank you. So what's it been up to? If you don't mind, can you just share with me the meaning of the song? It really sounded nice.
Where do I begin and where do I start? However, it's just an expression of my sorrow and grief, resulting from the past and present reality of my life. May I ask, are you from Finland?
No, actually, I understand you because we share the same thing. I went out from my home country and I just worked as all over the world. And I'm just right here and now living in asylum building number 14.
Ah, what a coincidence! I live in asylum building number 14, no, 15.
Okay.
Wow. The situation back home in my country is horrible. And this has forced vibrant youth to leave the country in search for better life. But one thing you don't understand is that that is a country that is blessed with all natural resources. Yet, there are thousands of jobless youths. Each day, we see foreign companies coming in and carrying natural resources out of the country, including gold, timber, cocoa, petrol, everything. In fact, the frustration is just too much and painful.
I really understand you. I mean, and what's more even frustrating that no one is knowing why we leave our own countries. It's actually for a better life. I mean, I've been here and now I just got to make a decision for immigration. I'm just looking up for the sky.
Before I left my own home country, I was very hopeful and excited about the images that we see every single day. But here I am now, completely confused by the reality. No one ever told me the truth. Can you imagine? I trekked throughout the desert, from Morocco to Spain, and found myself here by boat. And now I've had continuous negative decisions. This is just the last chance. If any decision comes now negative, then deportation will be my only hope.
Wow. I see. I mean, that actually reminds me of one of my friends. His name is Johnson. He's actually a football player who was badly injured at his leg. And actually, he cannot do another work in here because the immigration says that he can here as a football player, so he cannot do another work, except that. And the landlord is in his head every single day because he cannot pay his rent. So he's just living from one house to another, trying to find a solution. And we just thought that God answered our prayers.
This is wonderful. I'm just confused. Let's wait for the final decision then.
Amira.
Sir?
Emmanuel.
Officer.
Looking into your case and considering other factors, we are giving you both a chance by sending you to a training course in the local language and for possible integration into our system. Wishing you both a nice day in your new country. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Wow.
You hear that?
I just did it. It's amazing.
Thank you, Finland.
شكرا فنلندا. شكرا فنلندا.
Thank you, Finland.
شكرا فنلندا.
At last, freedom.
Finally.
Thank you.
شكرا فنلندا.
God is great.
They can be of great value to our system. My name is Civic Francis, and I'm from Jamaica.
Now go and take complete control. My name is Edward Klodnitsky, and I'm from Ukraine.
But my lord, what about those whose livelihood depend on the natural resources? My name is Emily, and I'm from the Dominican Republic.
What if we face some resistance? My name is Brian Brown. I'm from Jamaica.
Manuel, I'm Kamal Salo, and I'm Finnish Jamaican.
Good day. I am Laza, and I am from Madagascar.
And what is more disturbing than no one understands why the reason we leave our home countries in searching for a better life. My name is Mira. I came from Palestine.
I hope you don't mind a little bit. My name is Chantal. I'm from Canada. My name is Shannon.
So my own name is Walters. I am also from Cameroon. I just want to thank you all so much, and I hope that you enjoy the piece of art. As you see, all the actors, they come from different nationality, and it took us some time to realize this work of art. And because of the corona, there have been a lot of breaks. But today, finally, we had the chance. And this is not going to be the end. You're going to see more and more production. They are not only actors. Most of them are artists. They sing perfectly. So that will be the next thing that we'll be inviting you to come and watch. We don't have much time. I think that we are just on time according to the program. Yeah. So just exercise some patience, then let me get the rest of the dance group. Yes. Thank you very much.
Voi varmaan.
West Africa. So they have combined it together from the traditional way, from the interpretation of music, and so they have a website country. They are very busy. As they live here, they have 2 places or 3 places that they have to stop again. So at any time you need them, you just need to let them know in advance. So they have a program of booking themselves 6 months in advance. Sometimes if you are not fast, you won't get them. And they come out in a special occasion with a traditional way and a mask on a particular day and a particular occasion. Everything has a meaning and an explanation. But because of that time, we can have discussion too. It's a whole school, far, far above the university we should be talking about it. So, thank you so much.
Jaahas. No nähdäkseni alkaa olla silloin, että tämä päivä alkaa olla hiljalleen. Mutta tämän päivän seminaarifestareiden osuus alkaa loppumaan. This days Seminaarifestivals are now over, but this is not all. Tomorrow we will continue only in Finnish tomorrow, but there are still plenty of good question presentations. Meillä on vielä monia hyviä esityksiä huomenna. Käsitellään imperialismia, ympäristöä, feminismiä, monia puheenaiheita. 12.4 on huomenna, ei yhtä pitkä kuin tänään. Tämä oli pitkä päivä ja tässä on ollut monilla istumista, mutta toivon mukaan kuitenkin porukka on tyytyväisiä näkemäänsä. Ainakin tuo esitys oli energinen, että hyvin miellyttävä. Mutta ei mitään. Huomiseen.